I got blood on my hands right now, and I'm stumbling through the dark in the dawn. I have found new ways, but no, I can't be the one that you need. Then I changed my mind. Maybe we got time to make this right. Can I be the one that you need? Maybe if I change the way I love it, maybe if I try to fix this heart, then I could have stayed the night, I could have called you mine. If I change the way I love, if I change the way I love, if I change, if I change, if I change the way I love. If I change the way I love. Yeah, you know what I've done in the past. Still you say you and I, we can last. I have found new ways, but no, can I be the one that you need? Then I changed my mind. Maybe we got time to make this right. Can I be the one that you need? Maybe if I change the way I love it, maybe if I try to fix this heart, then I could have stayed the night, I could have called you mine. If I change the way I change my mind, baby, we got time to make this right. Can I be the one that you need? Maybe if I change the way I love it, maybe if I try to fix this heart, then I could have stayed the night, I could have called you mine. If I change the way I change my mind, maybe we got time to make this right. Can I be the one that you need? If I change the way I love.
Hey guys, how's it going? Everyone having a good night? How's everybody doing tonight? Good, I hope. I was about to do something, and I don't remember what. I was almost done setting up stream. I'm gonna figure out what it was. Sorry for starting a little late. Hope you don't hold it against me. Who am I kidding? I know you won't! You can't hold it against me. Because you are me. Look into your own eyes, children. And breathe deep. Oh yes, breathe deep. Oh, hi there. How's everybody doing tonight? Y'all doing good? Everybody having a good night? What's up? Welcome to the show. Who's here? Let's say hi to some people. Omega, what's up? Keith. Casher Joester. Angel, what's up, buddy? Brent Strange. Vivian. Welcome to the show. Oh, this tea is too hot. Ah. Dang it. Dang it all, this tea is too hot. Guys, friends, companions, children, humans. How's it going? I am pretty excited for tonight's stream. I think it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a classic homebrew review stream, friends. Classic homebrew review. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Let's see. Who's asking questions? Do we link our homebrew in the chat? You do not. You do not. Unfortunately, the time to submit something for tonight ended about 4 seconds ago. But there's a link in the chat below, which would allow you to submit for next week. Let's see, is this tea still too hot? Ah, it's still a little hot. It's okay, we'll make it work. How's the music? Is the music too loud? Am I too loud? How's everybody's volume? Are we humans or are we dungeons? That's a good question. I don't know the answer. Just homebrew? Yeah, I was going to do a call-in show with a guest, and then the guest got sick. So, what I think we're going to do tonight is we're going to start with some homebrew review. And then maybe later tonight, if my buddy Zach is around, we will play Baldur's Gate on stream together, because we haven't done that in a while. And I want to. He actually just messaged me. What did he say? I definitely want to, but I think I need to be a responsible adult and do a bunch of stuff I put off for a shoot. Okay, man. No worries. All right, so it looks like we're just doing homebrew review tonight. Zach can't make it. It's all right. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Hello, Quantum. What's up? You think the music's softer or me louder? Gotcha. Can accommodate that in a number of ways. How about that? That probably helped a little bit. Right? Maybe? I don't know. Is it better now? That's good? Cool. Thank you for the input, Ross Gosling. Wait, Ross, are you the Ross that I know? Is your last name Gosling? I gotta look this up for a second. No, you're not the Ross that I know. I know a Ross. Guys, So tonight we're doing Homebrew review. It's going to be good. And later tonight, we're not going to play Baldur's Gate. We're probably just going to do some Homebrew reviewing and hanging out. Maybe later tonight we'll Homebrew something together if my brain starts to not want to do Homebrew anymore. But I think we'll do it for at least a little while. You bought Baldur's Gate 3 today? Baldur's Gate 3 is so much fun. I did not expect it to be so much fun. Rosses are all one hive mind. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Where do you submit Homebrew? There should be a link in the video, I think. Guys, is the link there? I mean, I'll double check to make sure it's there. Give me a second. Oh, it's there. If I click it, does it work? Oh, it works. Yeah, it's up there. Tax Collector with the 5. I'm making a backup character based on a min-max of Sombra and Reaper from Overwatch. How do you think I should go about doing that? Okay, that's an interesting idea. So, you're going to want to be like kind of close range, big damage, stealth, teleportation. I'm inclined to say Shadow Monk Rogue. I feel like the Monk Stunning Strike could work really well for like to represent like a Sombra hack. The Monk can also get the Shadow Step, which is like a shadowy teleport. And then the Rogue, I think, helps copy the sort of like Boom Punch Strike. And also you can kind of mimic invisible stuff. Although people are suggesting invisibility, I think that could also work. Shadow Monk Arcane Trickster. Yeah, Shadow Monk Arcane Trickster. That's the move. That's the move. Although I will say that going Shadow Monk Arcane Trickster will mean you'll have to put stuff into Wisdom, Dex, and Intelligence, unless you really only pick spells that don't have attack rolls and saving throws as the Arcane Trickster, which you could do. You could do that. But I don't know if that's the move you want to do. I would probably go Shadow Monk, and then maybe the Phantom Rogue. Maybe the Phantom Rogue. Maybe. Just because I think the vibe is there. What other rogue would make sense? I don't think. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would probably go Phantom Rogue, Shadow Monk. I don't know if that's helpful. Assassin Rogue is tricky. The problem with Assassin Rogue is that it was designed before people really knew how D&D worked well. So there's a lot of features in it that like they just don't come up in D&D games. Like, so much of what it gets is like sort of like long con spy stuff that I just think honestly it's too like solo. Like, it makes sense in a game where you're like, my character goes off and does this, but I think that it struggles in like the moment to moment and much more like role play. We're sitting in this moment style of D&D that we've evolved into. My first thought for teleportation was Soul Knife. No, they don't get teleportation for a while. I think that the quickest way to get infinite teleportation is a 6th level monk. I think that's the quickest way to get it. I'm not talking about getting teleportation. I'm talking about getting infinite teleportation. If you don't care about it being infinite or not, there's a lot of ways you could do it. You just need to get Misty Step. That's all you need. Is anything that can give you Misty Step is gonna be perfect for doing like a Reaper teleport. Or a Sombra teleport. Reaper doesn't teleport. He does the sort of shadow vibe thing, but you know what I mean. He does teleport. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm so dumb. It's like half of his moves is he teleports. Is there a ranger healer subclass? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a ranger healer subclass. Whoa, I did that scene transition so quick. I'm impressed with myself. Not really. There's a lot of spells. They just get healing spells. You know what I mean? The Fey Touched feat for Misty Step is nice. Fey Touched and Shadow Touched are both really good feats. I like them both quite a bit. I love going to these streams. I always learn something new, get really good ideas. Oh, shucks. That's too kind, buddy. What's your opinion on play by post D&D? And as the owner of a new PvP server, what advice might you give to make the experience better for my players? All right, Omnis. I don't have a lot of... So, for folks that don't know what Omnis is talking about, he's talking about a server where you're playing D&D by posting in, like, a Discord server. So, everything is happening in, like, text blocks. I have never played in one of these, but I hear that they are really, really good when they work well. I have a buddy who runs a pretty successful one. The main advice that I would give you is I'm going to give you some very technical advice. You should make it so whatever channels they're role-playing in has a timer, so they can't... It's like they can only type every 5 minutes or something like that. Because what it's going to do is it's going to force everybody to really think about what they say, and it's going to give everybody time to read what other people say before they say stuff. So it sort of can help kind of organize the table a little bit by putting a timer on how quickly people can talk. It does slow the pace of the game a little bit, so maybe depending on the circumstance you change that, but I think that's a good idea. The other thing that I would suggest is having different rooms... Different channels represent different physical spaces. So, like, the way my friend does it is that they have a server that one of the main channels is like a tavern. But it has these little channels inside it. And it's like the kitchen, the bar, the stoop. So, like, people can, like, travel to different parts of the tavern by switching rooms. And that seemed really cool. So that's what I would do. I would do that sort of thing. The other thing that I would say is I have no idea how to run like combat or any of that on text at all. The server that my friend runs, her name is TTRPG, she's TTRPG Toria. Oh, excuse me. She's a very good creator. You should follow her on TikTok. But hers is a roleplay server, so they're not doing like dice rolls. I'm not sure how we do dice rolls. We still need to have her visit one of these days. I know, man. She's in the UK, so timing can be a little tricky. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. I think that when they work well, they're probably super fun. I think that at some point I would like to put one in our server, but I have to be honest, after seeing Tori's, I feel like I need to spend a not small amount of time thinking about how to organize it, as well as like make sure we have some dedicated people in the community that are okay with like managing it, because it does seem like it's a time sink that I don't think I have to manage. But doing an RP server I think would be a lot of fun, or at least an RP section. I think it would be really, really fun. I have a good Discord bot endorsed by D&D Beyond that does my roles. Oh, hell yeah, that's awesome. I almost forgot the mandatory reminder to go use soap when washing your hands. I mean, that's a good... Yeah, everybody should do that. Oh, wait, I should probably tell Discord. I should probably announce on my Discord that I'm live, huh? I haven't done that yet. Give me 1 second. Un momento, por favor. Slicha, Javerim. Alright, let's see. Live. We are live. If you're not in the Discord, you should join it. It's a good Discord. Alright. Alright. Did I miss anything interesting in chat? Good evening, I'm the Creeper. That's a funny username. These are subclasses you've never heard of before. The Horizon Walker is pretty cool. The Horizon Walker is like circumstantially incredibly strong, but also circumstantially not very strong. And it does get one of the coolest like anime feeling features at 11th level, but you got to get to 11th level. It's so hard. It's so rare that you get that high in D&D. Any advice for finding a party for beginners? You just say you're a beginner. In my experience, hey Ryan Nicole. In my experience, people are pretty accommodating to bringing new people into the game. There is a subreddit called LFG. Yep, Keith just suggested it. I also have in my Discord server. There's like a There's a board that you can post in to try to find games. But most people are like pretty eager to bring new people into the flow. Most people are like, oh, D&D, new people, let's fucking go. Because the more people you have, the more you can play, you know? I'd love to someday have a high-level Horizon Walker. Wish you'd get a bit of different spell list so you can bend the nature archetype. It's very restrictive. I suppose, yeah. True. I mean, Rangers are inherently, initially, you know, in their core design, pretty nature-y. Does the Bard have a subclass that focuses on dancing? It does not. But I will say I have seen several homebrew iterations of a dancing Bard, and they've been pretty good. I think it's a fun idea. I've seen a lot of dancing bards and a lot of mime bards. Matthew Schultz with the 5. Thank you very much, you gentle soul, you. So kind, so kind. What are y'all's opinions of the Oath of the Watcher Paladin? It's the coolest paladin. It's my favorite one, I think. It's really, really fun. You're fighting the eldritch abominations of the dark. I love it. Oh my god, I'm so, like, weird burpy tonight. Excuse me. All right, should we start looking at some homebrew or what? Let me see if Patrick wants to join us tonight. No pressure, but I'm doing homebrew reviewing tonight if you want to hang. Okay, he has been told. We'll see if my dear Dungeon Master joins us. I got a weird something in my throat. I hope yours comes up too, man. You getting better with your surgery pains? I am. Today is better. In hindsight, for folks that don't know, I had mouth surgery last week. But I'm gonna be I'll be a little lispier than normal for a little while. But last night I was thinking about stream last night, and I think that the pain that I was feeling in my mouth seeped into the stream because I think I was just mean. I don't know if I was like too mean, but I was definitely. Somebody in the chat said something about it, but I think I was not giving bad feedback, but I think I was presenting it with a much harsher tone than I'm used to doing. I was like, oh my god. I was just yelling at people. And I think it was just because my mouth was uncomfortable. Normally I'm a patient man, you know? I hold you. I take you into my arms. You're my children. And I uplift you. And Papa was Papa had less patience. Oh, a thing. Cool. Have fun. All right, boys and girls, it looks like it's just you and me tonight. Unless we could also randomly hit up people. Sometimes it's fun to randomly hit up people, but they don't like it as much as I like it. All right. All right, let's see what we're working with tonight. Where's fucking OBS? Oh my god, everything's a mess. Everything's a mess. Boom, there we are. Please let you go. I'll let you go, man. You can go wherever you want. Forest Pots. I was talking with Name after the stream yesterday, and he said he agreed with everything you said. All right. Listen, like I said, I'm not saying my feedback was bad, but sometimes I feel like I just get a little harsh, and I'm not trying to get harsh. Sometimes it's good to be harsh. It's fun, but it's not always fun. Anyway, here's the wheel for the night. How often does he review Homebrew? Who knows, man. He's all over the place. I'll tell you what. I feel like, you know, he's pretty accurate with doing it sometimes. He reviews Homebrew almost every stream that he does. These days, he reviews Homebrew usually between an hour to like 5 hours every stream, and then the rest of it is filled with like other activities that are often D&D related. So if I'm not reviewing Homebrew, maybe we're writing something together, or maybe we're doing a speed brew competition, or maybe I'm playing video games with fun Australian people, or YouTubers that are more famous than me. It's usually something like that. For folks that missed it, I did a whole Dead by Daylight stream with Davy Chappie and Blaine Simple the other night, which was super fun. I never played it before. It was good. A brew off. Okay, wait, we can talk about this for a second. I used to run contests, like legit contests. And people would vote. I would have judges to help pick the winners. And it was good, but it would be, I'm not sure how I would do it at a larger scale. I want to do contests again. I think that in the future, what we're going to do with contests is we have to figure out a way to allow it to include more people and not take 1,000 years, because it would take so long to do like a reading and then judgment of every piece. So I think what we'll probably do in the future is I have to think about a way to make chat be the ones that votes. That's the first thing. And then the other thing is I have to think of a good way that we can present them where we're not... I don't think we need judges. This is what I think we need. This is actually what I think we need. I think this is the structure we'll do. This is the structure that I want. I'll host, and I will be non-judgmental. I will just be the presenter of the homebrew and the host of the show. And then I will have a couple judges who will judge the homebrew vocally, sort of like in a American Idol setting. And then maybe the judges will vote and chat will vote, or just chat will vote, and something like that. I think that should be the move. The thing is, here's the thing. I don't want to be the judge at all when we're doing contests, because I don't ever want to be in a position where I'm saying your homebrew is not as good as someone else's. That sucks. I don't think that will feel nice coming from me. I think it's okay coming from someone else, but I have decided that my job here is to mostly be an uplifter. And I think if you are a kid, if you're somebody that's writing homebrew for the first time, if you're some 14-year-old that's submitting your first piece, or some old dude that's trying to get back into the game or whatever, and you have attached yourself to me and you feel like, oh, I like that guy, I think it would suck to have me be like, your homebrew is not as good as this homebrew. I don't want to do that. Make other people do that. That's the plan. That's the plan. Can you get a tiny mic and a suit and present? Listen, I'll be very honest with you. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about something like that. Now that I'm doing more musical bits of the show, I was trying to think about how I could change my room around that I do all this in, and then have another camera so I could like go off camera and change it to one where I'm like on a stage with a mic on, with like a mic stand, and I could like dance around. But it's like a lot of equipment that I would need that I don't have. And I think that when I can afford a better mic, or not a better mic, a better camera, because right now the camera I use is just a shitty little webcam. When I can afford a better camera, then and I can get like a proper actual camera, I can have settings on it so I could do that. So I could switch it into larger mode and then just do a little, do some shenanigans. Anonymous with the 15. That's very generous. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for the advice on my play-by-post. I just wanted to say you've been a great inspiration to me and got me back into the dungeon by being a dungeon master for a large group community. They're all... dude, that's so cool. Well, thank you, man. Listen. First of all, you're wonderful. That's very kind of you. I appreciate the support. But also, you should be giving yourself a pat on the back. It sounds like you're the one that has, built a new D&D community. That's fucking awesome. You have any idea how powerful that is? The bonds of a D&D community run deep. They run very deep. Think about it like this. If you work with somebody, if you work with someone out in the world and you see them every day, that's Karen, that's Clarice. And you don't really think that much about Clarice, but then maybe one day, you guys have to do a project together. And you start talking. You learn about her family. You learn about her kids. You work really hard on something, and then you accomplish that thing together. Suddenly, Clarice feels a lot more real. But Clarice isn't any more real. She was just as real before, The difference is that she is more real in your mind. And her being more real in your mind makes her matter to you more. D&D is exactly the same. But in a weird way, it's almost more intimate. Because your character that you love so much, your story that you love so much, it only exists within your mind and the minds of the people that you're playing with. But does that make it any less real than the feelings you have about anything else? No, it doesn't make it any less real. It's exactly as real. And it's something that you share. It's something that you share with just these very specific people. It's a very powerful bond. So the fact that you're running D&D for any amount of people, or trying to run games for any amount of people, is an incredible thing for building friendship, for building community, for just making people feel seen. It's good shit, man. Holy shit, Keith with the 10. Keith, where you coming from? Camera fun. Thank you, buddy. That's very kind. All right. You got me on a tangent. I'm going to be honest. I love getting on a tangent. I'm okay with getting on a tangent. Keith, I got to add you to the credits. For folks that don't know, if you ever give me I almost don't want to say this, but I have credits for my show. So if you ever do decide to be generous, you get to put in the credits. But that's not a reason to do it. How do you start being a dungeon master? Benjamin, I think the best way to start being a dungeon master is to do a couple things. One is to watch a couple people, watch some D&D. It could be the big shows. It could be random streamers on YouTube. But just know that or Twitch, but just know that you're not going to necessarily be as good as them, but just to get a sense of the flow. And then find a simple adventure online, or go to like Matt Colville's YouTube and look at the video that he made about how to start being a dungeon master, and he basically builds a one-room dungeon, a little dungeon for you, and then just try it. Get the books, or find the free stuff online. Any of the basic rules are available for free. Get some friends, and then just try. I only played 4 D&D sessions before I started being a dungeon master. Yeah, or leather. Get a lot of leather and brass. Yeah. If it wasn't real, I wouldn't weep every time a character or beloved NPC died. Yeah, man, that's what I'm telling you. It is real. Matt's a very different style of dungeon master than I am too, but I think he's good at constructing the basics of a campaign, or the basics of like an adventure. Like his video on building a one-room dungeon is just good, and it just gets you in a simple headspace for starting. But the thing is that when you start playing D&D, if you're new and all the people you're playing with are new, then no one knows what they're doing, so it's kind of okay. You're kind of all figuring it out together. And you're going to get a lot of stuff wrong, and your players are going to get a lot of stuff wrong, and none of that matters, because you'll be having fun. And as you learn, you'll figure out those things, and maybe you'll change some of them. But at the end of the day, if you're sitting around a table talking about fighting evil with superpower fantasy people, high-fiving your friends, you're in a good spot. You've never followed, you've literally never followed it ever. That must have been in reference to something that I mentioned that I don't remember. Okay. I just like the idea behind it. I know stuff happened with Nurel. I don't know what Nurel is. You guys are talking about some crazy stuff in the chat. I love when chat's talking about stuff that I don't know what it is. All right. Even if you're not new, you're probably still going to get things wrong. Just don't worry about it too much, as long as people are having fun. Exactly, Angel. Exactly. Dude, D&D saved my fucking life too, man. I will say that over COVID, playing D&D with a group of people, I had like 2 D&D games that were really consistent over COVID, and that was like the difference between me being a human being. Also, the fact that I got so obsessed with D&D over COVID led to me trying to be a D&D YouTuber, which led to me quitting a job that was ruining my life. So it also helped in that way too. I've had a player upset after their PC died recently. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally legit. It's been 4 years with that PC, and it's the first real death of the game. It can be pretty affecting. She's writing a will for the party to read. Can I make a suggestion, Dice Admiral? I'm going to make a suggestion. I would suggest that you reach out to all of the players that aren't the one that had a character die. Or you could reach out to all of them together and say, I want you to think about a time that was like important that your character shared with that character, and like prepare it for next session, or prepare it, and then let the party have like a memorial type service, or like just a campfire chat, or like, you know, a late night drink where all of the characters who survived tell stories about the character who passed away. It'll be emotional, but it'll be really, really effective. It'll be really effective. And it will feel really good for the player who had a character that passed away. Because I think that one of the hardest parts of losing a character is you can, unless the other party members are really paying attention to it and like acknowledging it, it feels like it's like a thing that you're suffering alone. So it's nice to allow the other characters in the game to express grief so that the player who lost the character isn't sitting in that grief alone. Yeah. Taxman with the 5. Thank you, buddy. Tax collector, excuse me. I haven't ever been a DM, but I kind of want to run a Dark Souls inspired campaign. I think that would be really fun, and I hope you have had a nice day. I have had a nice day. I've had a pretty nice day. I think, can I make a suggestion? This is what I think that the hard part of running a Dark Souls campaign is you would have to think about how to make the core game loop of super, super hard bosses and you dying a lot fun. If the players are down for that, I think it would be great. Or don't do that core game loop and just do the Dark Souls aesthetic, you know? I had a bad experience with a DM who cared more about the death of his NPCs than the death of my character. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Sometimes you just need to cry. It's always easier when you have people to cry with. That's true. Although sometimes I like watching YouTube videos of children buying their parents presents, or like dogs seeing their owners for the first time in a long time, and just like sitting in bed and crying because I'm a psychopath and I just need to feel emotions. That happens sometimes. How do you submit homebrew ideas? You just got here. Welcome, no problem. The homebrew wheel for this week is set, but this is the last night of the homebrew for this week. So if your piece doesn't get looked at this week, you'll have to resubmit in the form for next week. The form for next week is posted in the description of the YouTube video, and it's also posted in the submissions tab in my Discord. Connor, thank you for the 1. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Hope everything's good at home. One of the most emotional moments my game ever experienced was when a party member succumbed to a curse that turned her into a huge monster. We've had to revoke her access to our magnificent mansion. Oof. Had a group moved, couldn't find a group anymore. Due to transport limits, no computer. Oof. Too old, dumb to understand things like Discord without explanation. Don't think you can play anymore. You're not too dumb or old to do anything. Don't feel that way. I would say that there are, realistically, if you don't have access to the internet like pretty available, or if you don't have access to like a computer or a laptop or like a Chromebook, it's going to be hard to play because there aren't, I don't think, any online systems that I know of that like are just over the phone. You know what you could do, Nick, is you could do like text play by text, play by post, what we were talking about earlier on stream, which is basically like, it's like forums, and you're like that you could do that on your phone, but yeah, that's rough. That's hard. How do you send the highlighted messages? I don't know. I don't know, but I can see you in the chat. You can just say what you want, and I will read it with mine own eyes. Speakerphone also works, but it's like a lot of the time, like there's like maps and stuff. If you're playing all Theater of the Mind, you could do it on speakerphone, but it would be tricky. I can't watch live right now, but is it every Wednesday? It's a little sporadic, unfortunately. The almost every Thursday is like a member homebrew review stream where I review homebrew for people that are channel members or patrons. But I stream probably 3 or 4 days a week, and every single day that I stream, I do at least a little bit of homebrew review. So it happens sporadically throughout the week. Yeah, the schedule will continue to be chaotic until about a week and a half into September, unfortunately, because I have some traveling that I'm doing. But once we're into September, I will have a more of a normal schedule again. At the end of my level 1 to 20 game, each player had an associated faction that they got to see come to their aid in the final battle against the continent-sized dragon. That's very cool. That's badass. Yeah, I'm going to be traveling. I have to look at my calendar, but I'm going to be away. There's going to be like a week and a half that I'm away, and I'm figuring out if I have like the ability to bring a stream set up. I'm not sure. We'll see. Thank you, friend, and maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. Anyway, let's spin the wheel. We can keep chatting though too. We're easy. We're not in a rush. I got some really good advice from one of my content creator buddies. One of my content creator buddies was watching my stream, and he was like, it feels like you're in a rush sometimes when you're doing the homebrew review streams, and I feel like you should spend more time like talking to chat and also ruminating on ideas. And so I'm leaning in. I'm leaning into that idea. I think that was good feedback. Does this look a little oddly shaped to you guys for some reason? Oh, yeah, it was just really big. Okay. First up, we have... I should have said your name here. Tez's Jazz. See what Tez's Jazz has for us. I think you hurry because you want to get through more people, but it might be more beneficial overall to take your time. Exactly, Poncho. Exactly. Exactly. I think that it is more beneficial for the individual for me to like do a fast flash editorial of their piece. But I think for the entertainment of the show, of the stream, and also for the general people watching that are not the one person, for them to get some information out of it, aside from just entertainment, I do think it's better to meander a bit more. This is my first time writing homebrew in English. Very cool. Hoping I got all the terms right and didn't screw up with the commas. Well, listen, you get a little bit of a pass on the grammar thing because translating anything into English is tricky, and translating D&D into English is annoying because D&D is very specific in how it's written. So let's post this in the chat here. You guys, oh, you know what I need to do also? I need to prepare. I need to get the applause up. I don't have the applause ready. I have a little applause sound effect that I have to load up. Give me 1 second. All right, it's ready. It's here. Okay. Applause. Don't nobody panic. The applause is ready. Okay. These are 3 Eldritch invocations, it looks like. Let's see how it goes. Wish you could watch full stream as it goes. It's okay, man. I'm sorry that you can't, but you know, that's why I try to stream a bunch so that you can come in sometimes. Mutating Beam. When you cast Eldritch Blast, you can swap its damage type to any of your choosing. You can choose different damage types for each individual beam. Doesn't Eldritch Blast have a version of this already? Am I imagining that? Or is that something else? It doesn't? There's nothing like that? Okay. Might be. I like this idea a lot. I would not allow you to swap it to any damage type. I would probably limit it to the damage types that like absorb elements gets, the elemental damage types: fire, cold, acid, thunder, lightning. Maybe there's one I'm missing. Poison. I would keep... So, I'm sorry, I'm pecking my nose. I apologize. My nose is itchy because my mouth surgery is fucking up here, and it's tickling the inside of my nostril, and I have to scratch it or I go crazy. Force is the best damage type, but circumstantially, there's reasons to have other ones. Like if you're fighting a troll, you're going to want fire or acid damage. If you're fighting certain undead, you're going to want to have radiant damage or whatever. But like, I do think that allowing you to have radiant and psychic and what's the other big one? Necrotic on that list, I think is a little too much. I would just keep it to the elementals. But I like it. I think it's cool. Otherworldly Messenger. The reason, by the way, is that there's sort of like tier lists of damage types, and the elemental damage types are sort of like the lower tier list, and then the higher tier list is like Psychic, Force, Celestial, Necrotic. Yeah, exactly, Dragoness. I've had one where you could change it to an elemental type, and the die became a D12. I don't think the die should become a D12, because you're choosing to do it. I think it's okay if it stays the same, but I could understand the logic of that, because it is going to be weaker a lot of the time. But I think overall, the ability to change it... Celestial. You know what I mean? Radiant. You know what I mean, you cheeky feller. But force damage is usually the best. That's true. Otherworldly Messenger. You can cast Sending without expending a spell slot a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier. End this with a period. Casting it that way, casting it this way, the target can't answer you. I would say when you cast it this way, the target can't answer you, and it doesn't know who sent the message. Period. You don't need to say even if it knows you. I'm going to be honest. I would probably change it so that they don't inherently know who sends the message, but they still hear it in your voice. But I like it. I think it's pretty cool. There's already a tome that already exists for the Tome Warlock. Oh, it does? Oh, it does, doesn't it? What's it called? What's the invocation called? Oh, it's a Matsu. What's the invocation called? Let's see if we can find it before you find it. This one, Far Scribe. Yeah, so it's pretty similar to that. Good call, good call, good call. Transition of Power, 11th level. Once per long rest, you can, as an action, expend a Warlock spell slot to regain the usage of your 6th level Mystic Arcanum. I don't like this one, because this one is just Warlock, but better. It's just an invocation to get another higher level spell slot. It's just too good. It's like I'll tell you what's the issue with it is it's like there's no reason you wouldn't take this. There's no, you know what I mean? Like this would be like a must pick. And if a feature becomes a must pick, I kind of don't think it probably means it's a little too strong. Oh yeah, this one should also definitely have a 5th level prerequisite for sure. It's a 3rd level spell. Good call. Man, I fucking hate that I can't move my whole face. I keep having weird little lisp moments, and I hate them. You know, you might not even notice them, but I do. They just have a lot of invocations that are just doo-doo, sadly. It is. Well, part of the problem is that, like, a lot of the core stuff doesn't work with the flow of what D&D 5e is, but they didn't know that when they made it. Like, most of the Warlock invocations that just give you access to another spell, it's like, those are terrible. There's a bunch that give you access to spells at will that are pretty cool, but any of the ones where it's like, you can expend a spell slot to cast Polymorph, it's like, okay. I have a tooth whistle sometimes. It's because of this, it's all this fucking tooth shit up here. Did I ever tell you guys the story about what happened to my tooth? I don't know if I have. Have I shared that on stream? Is that a thing that the public knows? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I think all these are. I think where your head is at with all of these is really good. I love this one. I mean, listen. The fact that you made one that kind of already exists just shows you're sitting in an interesting headspace. I think that this one. I think the better move to do here is to try to think of like maybe it could be an invocation that could give you access to like a spell that you could like change. Like once per long rest, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to cast a spell from the Cleric spell list or something. I don't know. But I like where your head's at with all these. And your English is very good, so don't feel bad about it. Okay, let's give a little round of applause for Tezzy Jazz. Tezzy Jazz, everybody. You've asked a few times. You got jumped in Baltimore? Yeah, that is what happened. That Dragoness, I may have told you off camera. That might not have been a thing I talked about publicly. Yeah, I lived in Baltimore for a while, and I got jumped, and I got punched in the face a lot, really hard, and it broke some stuff. It didn't break stuff, but it bruised bone and did something in a way that it messed up part of my teeth. So I had to get one of them pulled out, and I have a fake one in there. And fake teeth, sometimes, you know, sometimes they need maintenance. Oh, it was on stream. Thanks for the review. I literally just jumped in to see if I'd be there. Hey, you were the first one, my guy. All right, let's spin again. Baltimore is ketchup brand over here. Hey man, but listen. I love people talk shit on Baltimore, but having oh, Data is up next. Nice. Even having been jumped in Baltimore, I loved living there. I still think it's a fantastic city. I loved it. I loved almost all of it. I didn't love that single part, but mostly living there was awesome. When I design bards, I always give them too many features per level. Then I like those features, extend them out, and make new subclasses out of them. Anyway, here's an example. The College of Abjury, previously the College of Critique, from Make a Subclass based on Cinder event. Oh, interesting. I expect you to be less generous than you were then. Okay, let's see. That's true. We did have an event a little while ago that the mods put together where people made Homebrew based on me. That's very silly. Which one did they say? The College of Abjury? All right, let's look at that one. So sometimes when people post Homebrew, they post it in a compendium form, which is totally fine to do so long as you just tell me which thing to look at. Did I post it in the chat? I did. Oh, a burp's coming. Do you guys feel it? That's true. You are. That's true. That's true, Dragoness. I accept. College of Abjury. The College of Abjury was founded for one purpose: flexing on wizards. I love the flavor already. Stopping spells, limiting their power, or restricting their ability to cast. While these bards wield great power, they use it responsibly to limit the power of spellcasters. Okay, very good flavor text. The question that we're going to be asking as we look at this piece is this built in such a way that it is still going to have fun applications when you're not fighting spellcasters? That's the tricky part. That's the tricky part. In the same way that it's hard to build a subclass around like having a mount, like the Cavalier in 5e is sort of like the mount subclass for fighters, but a lot of its stuff has nothing to do with being mounted. That's the thing. That's the thing we need to make sure we're doing, because truthfully, you're not going to be fighting wizards every fight, so we want to make sure that we have things we can do all the time. Speaking of events, Cinder, the event I've been running is nearly complete. Would you be interested in scheduling another one? Yeah, we talked about that already. Didn't you DM me about that? Yeah, I'm super down. Whenever you guys put together a homebrew event on the Discord, I'm usually eager to show it off on stream because I think that stuff's cool. Okay, let's take a look at the College of Abjury. They get 2 third-level features. 2 third-level features for a bard is good. That's a safe spot to sit. Spell weak spot. You have an eye for catching an incantation's slightest mistake. As a bonus action on your turn, or as a reaction to a spell being cast, you can expend and roll one of your bardic inspiration die targeting a spell within 60 feet of you. I would tie this up here. I would say, as a bonus action on your turn, or as a reaction to a spell being cast within 60 feet of you. Up here. Just switch them around. Once per turn, the damage the spell deals is reduced by the number you rolled. I would say the damage... I don't know if this should be an ongoing effect. The effect lasts until the start of your next turn, or for the duration of the spell, whichever is longer. If you use this feature again, the first spell stops being reduced. Okay, the way that I think I would do that is I would say this. Instead of saying once per turn, I would say... I would probably... I see why you said once per turn, because if it was more than once per turn, I think the actual solution here is you can't target a spell, you have to target a creature being affected by a spell. I guess if it's once per turn, it's fine, because the spells never deal damage more than once on a turn anyway. So I don't actually think you need to say once per turn. Do spells ever deal more than damage more than once per turn? I don't think so. So what I would probably say is, I would say any damage the spell deals is reduced by the number you rolled, period. I would just say that. Spike growth can. I guess that's true. Just make it so it's any damage is reduced by that amount, though. And then you can just lead into this effect. You don't need to. It'll clean up the language a little bit. If you use this feature again, the first spell stops being reduced. It is kind of weak. It is kind of weak. It's an interesting one, but it's very niche, and it's not like a spell being reduced by a single roll of your Bardic Inspiration die is not going to do much most of the time. Spells are almost always pretty high damage situations. And then the next third level feature is Spellfinder. You know when a spell is being cast within 120 feet of you. You can use your reaction to know its school of magic. Okay. I kind of love this. I love this. This is what I would say. I would clarify that you don't know its location or origin. Like, you don't know where it's coming from. Oh, this music just got too intense. Calm down there. That song was called Taking from Wizardville, though. Wait a minute. Was that actually called Taking from Wizardville? Tales from Wizardville. That's funny. Okay. Okay, I like this feature a lot. This is great. I think you need to figure out something else for this third level feature. I think that there's got to be a way to represent maybe the way to do this is, what if this is an ability? Okay, let's think about it like this. What is this doing mechanically? It's reducing the damage of spells. Let's break that down even further. What is the damage of spells? The damage of spells, 9 times out of 10, is damage that isn't bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. Some spells do those, but most spells are doing damage that is specifically not bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. Most of them. So a way that we could change this is we could make it so that you can basically use a feature similar to this, but instead of it being tied to spells, tie it to sources of non-bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. Basically like a absorb elements that you could put on an ally. Exactly, Dice Admiral. I think that would work well here. I like it using a Bardic Inspiration, and I'll tell you what, I'll be honest, I think it could reduce I think you go further. This is what I would actually do. I would make it single target, so you pick a creature, and when you use it on them, the damage is reduced. I would actually go as far as to say the damage should be reduced by a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus something else. It should either be Bardic Inspiration die plus Charisma modifier, or even Bardic Inspiration die plus half your Bard level, maybe? It could even maybe be Bardic Inspiration die plus your Bard level. That might be okay too. That will get really strong later, but I don't know. I would sit in that space. I would sit in that space with it. Damage reduction is cutting words, though. That's a good point. Let me just remember what cutting words does. Cutting words is lore bard, right? Yeah. Whenever a creature you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack or ability check or damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend a Bardic Inspiration die, subtracting the number from the creature's roll. It's a little different. Okay. It's a little different. It's not crazy different. So you might need to think of another way to tie it in. But I do think you should figure out how to tie it to damage types, or doing magical damage maybe, as opposed to spells. I think that's what I would do if I were you. Just because there's going to be so many times that you're not going to get to use this. And like the issue that we're having at third level is we are immediately in a situation where if we aren't doing in a magical situation or a spellcasting situation, we have nothing we can do. And we don't want that. But Poncho says it's too similar. But Poncho, you're new, but I gotta say, I appreciate your input. I do feel like you have good homebrew brain. A+. Hey Peter, we could grant resistance maybe. All right, let's. I like absorb elements. You grant resistance. Yeah, that's true. Tradosio, I agree. What if it's like what if it's an absorb? I think leaning into absorb elements further is the move. It does some damage mitigation, and then that mitigation is extended into a little bit of extra damage. Like, you reduce the damage by a certain amount, and then you do a Bardic Inspiration. Like, you take Bardic Inspiration die less damage, and on your next attack, you do Bardic Inspiration die more damage. Something like that could be cool. All right, let's, I gotta say, Spellfinder is lovely, though. I do like that a lot. Although, technically, it's not Spellfinder the way that it's written. It's just... It's like spell rate. It's like spell alarm is more of what it is. Let's look at the 6th level feature. Spell block. You learn counterspell and dispel magic that count as bard spells for you, but don't count against the number of bard spells you know. If you know both spells, you learn different third level. You learn a different third level spell of your choice. Counterspell's range is doubled. That's very strong. When you cast Counterspell, you can choose to expend a Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the spellcasting ability check. You must choose to do so before you roll this check. If I were you... Wait, doesn't Dispel Magic work the same way as Counterspell in that regard? Yeah, it does. So this is what I would do if I were you. I would drop the doubling range of Counterspell, and I would make the Bardic Inspiration add to both Counterspell and Dispel Magic. Because it's the same thing. It doesn't make sense that it would just do it for Counterspell. Yeah, I don't think we need to double the range of Counterspell. I like the adding the Bardic Inspiration to the skill check, though. I think that's really nice. Just make it Arcana checks? Yeah. Yeah, it's basically the same for both. This is a very strong feature against magic users. I agree. I just make it full proficiency. Oh, that's true, Tradosio. That's a really good point. You do already add half your proficiency to those checks. That could be a better way of handling it. Yeah, great against magic, useless versus anyone else. That's kind of why I'm okay with it being a little bit extra powerful. But again, that makes me feel even more that we need some other features, because now we're at 6th level. We're not going to get any other subclass features till 14th level. And if we're not fighting magic users, we can't do anything. We don't get anything unique that we can do. And that's not fun. So it's just an Abjuration Wizard feature, then plus perfect. It's a little different than the Abjuration Wizard feature. Right? Isn't it? Oh, it actually kind of is, isn't it? Might be. Yeah, the Abjuration Wizard feature is just the bonus. It's not getting the spells for free. It's a good point. It's a good point. It's a good point. Let's look at spell break. If you use your spell block feature and still fail, the roll instead gets used for your spell weak spot feature against the spellcaster. I'm gonna just, I guess I'll read the whole thing, but I disagree with this feature already. I don't think you're 14th. You get so few subclass features as a bard. If you're going to make your 14th level feature tie back into your earlier features, the only excuse to do that is if it's going to be to give you more opportunities to use those earlier subclass features. This is not doing that. This is just making them better. So, like, for example, the College of Swords bard, its 14th level feature is that you can use the Blade Flurries, and instead of rolling a bard die, you can just roll a d6, and then you can just do it for free. So it's not giving you anything new, but it's making this main feature way more usable. So that it's kind of okay there. But if it was just making the blade flourishes better, I would be like, because we need a lot of stuff as a bard to be packed into these few levels. 14th level doesn't always improve the base. Doesn't always. But it definitely does a lot of the time. I think it would benefit a lot from that as a ribbon. I'd love to squeeze something like you can, as a reaction, make a quip or an insult that messes up either somatic or verbal components of spells. So not full counterspell, but something bard themed, like a concentration break. That could work. That could work as a feature, some sort of concentration break, your earlier comment. Can this subclass allow you to add your charisma to initiative as kind of a magical danger sense? Oh, that could work, although it's, I mean, that's just a feature that other things get. I would almost want it to be like, what if it's like you could roll your bardic inspiration and add that to your initiative? That'd be fun. But yeah, I think that could work as a feature tied in here somewhere. I think it's an interesting idea. I think that the way that it's formatted right now, it's just so it's laser focused in a way that is good from a thematic perspective, but from a mechanical perspective, it's too limiting. And whenever that is the case, whenever you have your theme is on point, but it's almost too on point, the best thing to do is to pull back and think broadly, what do these things need to do? And can I make it do those things in a way that interacts with magic, but will also interact with other things so that it still feels like it's good against fighting magic, but it can be applicable to other things? The best example that I could give you is somebody said that they wanted to make a dragon fighting paladin, and I suggested that they give it some sort of feature where they could like throw like a radiant damage javelin that does like a lot of damage and like knocks creatures prone or like or makes their movement speed become 0 in sort of a way where it's like it's good on any creature, but it is very good on a flying dragon because it will drop them out of the air. So it feels like it's against dragons, but it could work against anything. Good start for a short-term NPC for a certain upcoming magical battle, but outside that, it's kind of weak. It's very strong in the situation of magic, but yeah, I agree that we could tone some of the strength back in a couple places, really just here, I think, actually, and give it bigger oomphes in other places. All right, thank you, Databank. It was a very interesting piece. I like it. Thank you. Databank's been somebody that's been one of my followers for a long time. Databank's been around. Will, we may have looked at your piece already. I think this is a piece that we looked at already that I forgot to take off the board, unless there's two Wills. I did look at this piece already. Forgot to take it off the board. Sorry, Will. We looked at it last night. An outside question. Oh, I love a good outside question. Let's see who wins first, though. Bean! Bean is going to be next, but Butt Poncho. What a silly name. An outside question. I'm currently trying to cook up a demon patron warlock. Why? Because I think the fiend leans too heavily into the devil side for my liking. What's your opinion? I think if you're going to make a demon warlock, you want to lean into like madness, and you want to lean into chaos. There's things you could do with like looking at what types of resistances demons naturally all have as opposed to what devils do, and what sort of archetypes the monsters have to get inspiration. But I think the biggest thing that you are going to want to like try to emphasize is devils are like organized evil. Demons are like chaos evil. So I would lean into features that uplift chaos evil as opposed to like organized evil. Does that make sense? Let's see. Let's see what Bean has for us. Sometimes I start reading chat and I don't actually read the sentence and I just stare at it for a while. This is my first... Oh my god. That was a fun noise. This is my first time doing Homebrew. It's also the first one I've shared in this server. Very cool. Posted in peer review forum. Lovely. Thought I'd put it up here since a handful of people already liked it. Hell yeah, let's go. Subclass for Paladins. Oath of Investigation. Interesting. You based this off Columbo? I love Columbo. I'm excited. I thought it'd be interesting to have a concept of a paladin who excels at gathering information in a casual manner. Very open to suggestions to help flesh out. Okay, here. Cool. I'm excited. I love Columbo. If you don't know who Columbo is a fantastic detective from the 70s. Columbo was a detective show from the 70s. It was great. 70s, 80s, maybe? Not 70s, 80s. This is Columbo. This guy. Columbo. He was fucking awesome. He was the best. Just a goofy... He was like a goofy, fumbling... He presented as a goofy, fumbling detective, but it was always much more clever and would use seeming sort of like a nincompoop to solve the mystery a lot of the time. It was a very fun show. Very fun. Yeah, he's got a fake eye, I think. Yeah, really, really great show. Very funny, too. Exactly. Mild-mannered Sherlock Holmes, for sure. Okay, yeah, just one more thing. Okay, wait, let's dive into the Oath of Investigation here. Paladins who devote themselves to the Oath of Investigation are committed to uncovering of lies and exposing those who've done wrong. Many who walk this path specialize in interrogation and are well renowned for their ability to determine the truth by simply tricking criminals into revealing their secrets. Their methods, while unorthodox, are undeniably effective. I'm gonna burp soon. Oh, Link, thank you. Angel wins. Okay, let's look at the tenets. No mystery unsolved. You must pull back each veil of secret that stands between you and revealing the truth. No criminal unpunished. All lawbreakers must see justice, and it is your purpose to enforce it. No citizen unprotected. Bystanders... My computer's being weird. Bystanders should never be in harm's way or in any danger. If a citizen is at risk, you must ensure their safety. These are really good tenets. Really solid. No zone of truth feels wrong. I agree. I feel like either of these could be replaced with Zone of Truth pretty easily. Identify Sanctuary. Okay. I see that. Counterspell Blink. Divination Arcane Eye. I see it. Synaptic Static Scrying. I feel like Counterspell Blink kind of feel out of place. Synaptic Static feels a little out of place. Yeah, and not having Zone of Truth feels like a miss. Although maybe it'll come up in the features. Clairvoyance is also not a bad one. Let's take a look at the channel divinities. Interrogation. As a bonus action, you utilize magic to force out a truthful answer. You choose one creature within 60-foot radius that can hear you. You ask it an amount of questions equal to your charisma modifier. For each question, the creature must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, the creature must give a truthful answer. On a success, the creature does not respond. The creatures immune to charmed automatically succeed. I think there needs to be more limitations on this. I think it can be like I think it should not be that much stronger than Zone of Truth. I think that could kind of break a lot of campaigns where it's like you could literally just ask them anything and they have to tell you. I feel like if you want it to be like they can ask you, you can force them to answer truthfully, then you have to make it yes or no answers, or you can force them not to lie. But I don't think you can force them to tell the truth, unfortunately. Or certainly not with this many questions. Yeah, I don't think you need you don't need the radius either. It could just be you target a creature within 60 feet of you. It would also be so much cooler if they could lie if they succeed. You could make a he who always lies and he who always tells the truth situation. That's true. I like that a lot. That if they succeed, they can lie. I like that. And you don't know? Yeah. I like that. You know what would be more interesting for interrogate? What? Are you gonna say Zone of Truth? Are you gonna say Zone of Truth? Yeah, but the way that it's written right now, I guess. But for the way that it's written right now, on a success, the creature doesn't respond. I think what is being suggested is that on a success, the creature is not compelled to tell the truth. On a, I'm a moron suggests, on a failure, you know the truthful answer if the creature is lying. On a success, you know that they are lying. That gets a little complicated. It's not a bad idea, though. Yeah, I think that in its current state, it's just a little too strong. But I like the idea. I just see you asking a super complicated science question. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's just a lot of ways that I think it could be annoying. Detect peril. As an action, you analyze an area for a dangerous situation. Within a 40-foot sphere, you learn the exact location of the closest trap and hostile creatures equal to your charisma modifier. This is confusing. So you don't know the exact location of all of them. So, like, if the way that I would word this is, as an action, you analyze the situation for danger. You learn the exact location of hostile creatures and traps, of a number of hostile creatures or traps up to your charisma modifier within 40 feet of you. I'd probably word it like that. But I'm going to be honest. I think we need a combat one, or one that feels more action oriented in a non-roleplay setting. I feel like this is I feel like both of these kind of feel like they both sort of sit in the same space, and I think we need one that sits in a little bit of a different space. Save mechanic, but for death saves, but lies. If you fail a certain number of times, you spill the beans. Could sort of, yeah, that could work. Also, this might be a weird question, but is our host aware of Critter DB? No, I don't know what that is. Pretty good spot to put up. Check out Homebrew monster stat blocks. I don't know what Critter DB is. No. Lie detector version of augury. You know if the response is true, partial true, or a lie. That's not bad either. Oh, that's cool. Critter DB formats homebrew for you. That's cool. I think not compelling a creature to tell the truth, but getting it out of them, even though they lie, feels more like a detective thing. Yeah, I guess that makes... Yeah, I agree. Even if they lie. It's a website does... Okay, let's look at Aura of Truth. Starting at 7th level, creatures that are not allied to you within 60 feet radius. 60 foot is way too big an area, dude, for an aura. Have disadvantage on deception and stealth checks. You also add your... You just stop here. That alone is way too strong. Also, creatures that are not allied with you is a really really unclear wording in D&D. So I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to say you cut this whole part out. Or you cut this whole part out, but not both. You can't do both. You add your proficiency modifier to investigation, insight, and perception checks against creatures within the radius. If you already have proficiency in these skills, you double it. You can substitute. No. This is just too much. You're just trying to make this more of a feature than it needs to be. I think that I would probably lower the radius to 10 feet, and I would make it deception and sleight of hand checks. And I think you're good. Cut everything else out. Make it creatures have disadvantage on deception and stealth check and sleight of hand checks within 10 feet of you, and then you can write some language for you can choose creatures to not be affected by this. And then you can also make it expand to a 30-foot radius at 18th level. That is usually how auras work, but no aura gets to 60 feet. That's madness. You're being crazy. Starting at 15th level, once per turn. The other thing that I'm going to say is, like, we're already doing a lot of stuff with truth. Like, we got fucking all this is truth bullshit. Like this is truth and finding things. This is truth and finding things. We need something different. I'm inclined to be like, majorly simplify this or get rid of it and just give you Zone of Truth as a spell. Or get rid of this and give us something else too. Detective's Insight. How this on stealth is bananas against enemies. That's a lot of enemies who can sneak up on you. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I wouldn't do it with the stealth. Make it sleight of hand. Sleight of hand also feels a lot more applicable. Sleight of hand is like pickpocketing, doing secret stuff. Learning about resistances and vulnerabilities is like, there's like a million things that do that already. And that's more like Monster Hunter. This is like detective, you know? Okay, let's look at Detective's Insight. At 15th level, once per turn, when you make a successful attack on a creature or spend one action analyzing it, that's not an action that you can normally take, so you need to clarify what that actually means. Don't say may, say can. You can make an insight check against the creature's deception check. On a success, for an amount of turns equal to your charisma modifier, don't do this in the middle of the sentence. Put the time it lasts at the end. On a success, you can forego one of your attacks to deal D4 psychic damage equal to your charisma modifier in a 30-foot radius by asking the target a question pertaining to an act of... Okay, I'm going to stop you right here. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. You can make an insight check against a single creature's deception check, and then you deal charisma D4 psychic damage in a 30-foot radius? Why? What is that? What is that? That doesn't make any sense. Creatures with a higher intelligence, or whatever. The die becomes a D6 if you already know the answer to the question. If successful, you can't use this again until the next day. I would say until you finish a long rest. Magic items recharge at times of day. Character features recharge on short rests or long rests. This is just too much, dude. Honestly, I think you just need a brand new feature here. I would just completely get rid of this one. I would just completely drop this one. It doesn't give a strong vibe. It feels really out of pocket. And it's complicated in a way that it doesn't need to be. I just think you need something new. I would just scrap this entirely and come up with something new. I don't even mind the little auto damage, but there's already paladins that get auto damage. It's the mechanics of this is just not. It's overly complicated. There's too many little like caveat things to keep track of. It's just too much. It's just too much. And at the end of the day, what does it do? You force a creature to lie to you, and then you do an explosion of psychic damage. Doesn't make any sense. Definitely doesn't feel like a detective. Like, I think that you need to figure out another... I get that you're trying to do a combat feature here, and I think that makes sense. But I also think if you try to tie a little bit of combat stuff in earlier in your channel divinities, then you're not as... And you get a little... You don't make every single thing tied to deception, investigation, truth, then you have a little bit more space at 15 to do something weird. So, like, let me give you an example. I think there is a not unreasonable argument that your 15th level feature could just be, like, if you get some combat stuff in earlier, I think your 15th level feature could basically be, like, it could maybe even be, like, you can just tell when creatures are lying. You can detect lies within 10 feet of you. It could just be that. That might be fine. One more thing. At 20th level, as an action, you can push your detective skills to perilous capacity for 1 minute. You have to say... Oh, it's an action. Okay, got it. Advantage on all insight, investigation, persuasion checks. You deal 1d10 psychic damage equal to your charisma modifier whenever a creature tries to lie to you. Drop that whole mechanic. It doesn't work. It's not good. You can force any creature that you use your interrogate on to make a deception check for each question you ask. No, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Stop. You're making things too complicated. You're building on things in a way that's going to be too complicated. Don't do, and we're doing, like, alternative casting of divination spells. And, like, what is going on here? Why are we doing this? Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Stop. Here's what you do for the 20th level feature. Here's what you want to do for the 20th level feature. If you want to make it a non-combat mechanic, I think that's fine. But here's what you do. You make it last 10 minutes. Okay? You might even make it last an hour if it's not crazy strong. And this is what you give it. You can always tell if a creature is lying. True sight. And you get a, I don't know, plus 15 bonus to your investigation checks. Something like that. I think that's all you need. I don't think you need to get... I think you got to drop this mechanic. And I think that the pinnacle of a paladin that is about finding the truth might as well just get the planetar... You know, I can always tell if a creature is lying during their avatar state, you know? It is stepping in the Inquisitive Rogue a lot, but I think that you could change it so it's not quite so doing that. What if you can just mark a creature as a liar or something, and they have advantage on insight against them, extra psychic damage against them or something? You could do that. I just disagree with this lying equals psychic damage mechanic here. I don't think it's the mood. It doesn't fit the vibe. It doesn't uplift in the direction of the rest of it. Every good detective needs a sidekick soundboard. Maybe your deity can empower another character to help with the investigation somehow. That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure how I would do that. Since you seem to be before midnight over there, no coffee for you guys, but I just leave this pincher cacao here and leave. See ya. All right, buddy. Okay, I really like the idea, but I think that you got to focus it a little bit in a way where you got to... Or rather, not focus it in. You got to kind of take a step back and don't get caught in the trees. Look at the forest and make sure that you're giving this thing a good variety of what it can do. You got to tone some features back, and I think you got to dramatically change a couple. But I think overall it's a pretty cool idea. And those are my thoughts about it. I don't really have a lot more to say. I love that it's Columbo-based, and I hope you keep working on it. Let's hear it for Bean. Good on ya, Bean. Good on ya. Legume. Yeah, insightful fighting is the thing that the rogues get. I'm surprised to see nothing about crime, immoral actions, or catching people. The only thing that they had about catching people was the spell Hold Person. But that's true. You could get, like, some sort of ethereal shackles or something, where it's like, maybe that could be the 15th level feature. You can, like, bind someone with ethereal paladin shackles or something. A lawful crime catcher? Yeah. Slow enemies in an aura? I like the aura. I thought their aura was good. I like the creatures have disadvantage on deception and sleight of hand checks. As long as you just tighten in the radius of it, I thought it was good. I liked it. You know? You don't know. No, I'm just kidding. You know. Nat. Not Nate. Oh man, that's gonna come up a lot. I'm gonna have to do this for a while. There it was. So this is my first homebrew race, and it's taken from the game Warframe. And the most stealth tracker suit you can get. I want a review of this, and eventually a more controversial one based on humanoids made out of ink. Ink bloods. Hope you all like it. Alright, let's take a look. The only thing you know is that you know nothing? Yeah, that's a good thing to know, though. If you know nothing, you're smarter than most. All right, let's see what we're working with here. This is too many features. I'm just gonna say that immediately. Just you know, already it's too many features. I can just tell. Okay. Ivorin, descendants of the Dryads, these metallic amphibian humanoids regain sight after a god blessed them, swearing to protect the lands, looking for a new path. They're metallic people that are amphibians, and they only have one eye. They're descendants of cursed Dryads. They live in reduced groups. I think we need a little bit more. I think we need flavor text that is less history and more vibe, personally. Okay, let's see what else we get here. I don't think you need to worry too much about ability scores stuff. These days, that's not how D&D stuff's written anymore. The way D&D stuff is written now, it's you just pick you pick one stat to put +2 in and one stat to put +1 in. What's their speed? 30 feet. Okay, let's see. You have tough skin. Your armor class is 11. You get 11, so you get like a slightly better armor class, but not nearly as good as like a not as good as some of the other tough-skinned creatures. Let's see what else we got. Or +1 to 3, which is fun. Yeah, +1 to 3 is also works. Blend skin. As an action, they can change the color and texture of their skin to resemble the environment. You gain advantage on stealth checks while your though layer skin is active. You gotta fix your wording here. Hunter's Instinct. As a bonus action, how long does this feature last? And how many times a day can you do it? It should not last forever, and you should not be able to do it an infinite number of times per day. As a bonus action, you can choose a creature you can see within 60 feet and mystically mark it as your quarry. You deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target whenever you hit it with a weapon attack. Whenever you hit it, that's a lot. And you have advantage on any wisdom checks to make to find it. This lasts a number of hours. Hours equal to your proficiency bonus you get. That's too strong, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I would say, what do you care about more, the extra damage or the perception survival? Pick one, and make it last an hour. Or pick one and make it last 10 minutes, and you can do it more times per day. This is the 3 creen? Yeah, 3 creens do get something like that, I think. Let's just double check what 3 creens get. I'm curious. Yeah, chameleon carapace. I guess you can do this an infinite number of times. Huh. Alright. Might be. But it's also like, it's not getting that much unique yet. I'm not sure why these things get Hunter's Instinct. I'm going to be honest. I didn't see anything in here that made me feel like they should be hunters. So I'm kind of confused why they're getting that. There's an earth domain, a water domain, a fire domain, an air domain. So are these just like alternative air? These are alternative elementals, sort of. Poison resistance, tougher skin, hidden step. Hidden Step is just a Hidden Step is the name of a Furbolg feature. So if this is something that isn't that Furbolg feature, you need a new name for it. As a bonus action, you can magically turn invisible until starting your next turn. Oh, this is just the Furbolg ability, but better, right? Am I wrong? Oh, it's just literally exactly the same as the Furbolg ability? The concept seems to be based off of a character in a game called Warframe. They tried to stick as much of her abilities in there as possible with a D&D flavor. Yeah, so that's probably... Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to sort of say right now off the bat, this is just too strong. And I think that if it's based off of a character from Warframe, or it's based off a character from anything, the problem that you're going to face when you're trying to make something capture something in D&D is that that's not how D&D works. There's no way that you can capture the totality of a thing in a race, in a class, in a subclass, any of it. It's just not going to work. What you need to do is you need to kind of pick and choose. So, unfortunately, the way this is written right now, it's just too strong. Hunter's Instinct is incredibly strong. Blend Skin is incredibly strong. Hidden Step is one of the best racial features in the game, arguably. I think we're gonna stop reading here, and my main suggestion for you is gonna be to, if you're gonna pull features from other subclasses, the best advice I can give you is to pay attention to how powerful those features are compared to the other features that subclass gets, and make sure you're not stacking powerful features in the new thing that you make. And on top of that, the new thing that you make is not going to be able to encompass the totality of the basic idea. So you got to pick and choose what matters most. It can't do everything, because D&D is not a video game. It's not going to work that way. And that is my main feedback for you. I also think that, like, I'm not seeing any cohesion in what this thing is doing versus the flavor text. It's the kind of thing where maybe if I was familiar with the game, I would understand it more, but that's not you don't want your design to be reliant on its inspiration for people to understand what it's supposed to feel like and what the vibe is and what it's supposed to do. So that's my main feedback for you. I would tighten it up a little bit. I would focus in a little bit, pick and choose features. Don't try to bloat it, and pay close attention, if you are pulling ideas from other things, to how those ideas sit in the totality of those other things. And think about that in terms of the power balance that you're working with here. Tighten up the graphics. Okay, cool. Consider that you get a class and background on top of this. Exactly. So, like, for example, I feel like Hunter's Instinct, this is all just Ranger stuff. Like, I feel like you shouldn't get any of this. This is just, oh, I'm going to go Ranger. I'm going to be a Ranger, so I can do these things. All right, those are my main thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Nat. I appreciate it very much. Let's give Nat a round of applause. I love the idea of metallic-skinned people. I love the idea of metallic people that can, like, shift their skin, though. That's really cool. I would lean more into that. I don't know how close that is to what the Warframe character does, but that's the part that, to me, was the most evocative. I'd really like to post my homebrew, but it's not refined, and it's for personal setting playstyle. Well, I think that there's a lot of space in my Discord where people post homebrew and give feedback, and it's pretty helpful. Yeah, Poke9er was pointing it out. And a lot of the time when people post stuff there, it's just for their home game. Yeah, and if you're using a power scaling that I'm not gonna have any that is radically different than normal D&D, then I'm not really gonna be able to give you the most advice, because it's not gonna, my experience in my game is gonna be radically different than yours, you know? Capybara. We'll tone it down and make it more attract stealthy, not so much damage. Yeah. Just focus it, man. Focus it. Like I don't think it needs to be all of those things. The other thing is that there already are elemental races in D&D. There's the Genasi. So I don't think it makes sense to build more elemental races. I just don't. Unless you like really have a good reason for it. I just don't think it makes sense. I would push away from the elemental stuff. This is my first attempt at a subclass. Okay, let's take a look. Chaos Domain. Oh, somebody else was talking about Chaos something earlier today. I love a good Chaos Domain Cleric. Chaos Domain Clerics come up every now and then. It's always very interesting to see different ways people portray Chaos mechanically. I'm curious. I tried making a Chaos Cleric once, and I don't think it's good. I still have it somewhere. I don't think it's good. Some old homebrew. I think that races should be less about dealing damage and instead give you unique ways to interact with the world. Yes, I agree. Listening to this while homebrewing? Hell yeah. I'm surprised Wizards of the Coast hasn't made one. I'm surprised Wizards of the Coast hasn't made two. Okay. Let's read. The Chaos Domain represents freedom as well as the devotion to one's own ideals. Clerics of Chaos will liberate the subjugated, free the imprisoned, and terrorize lawful communities in the service of their god, who includes a bunch of people. Clerics of Chaos. Ooh, 5 from the tax collector. Thank you very much. Just thought how would I make a cleric of Khorne? Khorne is, remind me who Khorne is? Is Khorne the demon lord of fighting? I feel like you already have that. I feel like we have the war cleric. It's war cleric. It's right here. War domain. Boop. You got it. War cleric. Boop. Boop. War cleric. That's what I would do. Okay, let's take a look. Let's read the rest of this. Sorry. Clerics of the Chaos preach. Clerics of Chaos preach the dangers of blindly following law and warn against the establishment of oppressive governments and hierarchies. Blood and Skulls. You could definitely make it more metal than a war cleric, but I think that a war cleric works really well. I think a forged cleric also works pretty well, because they can like make weapons and armor better and stuff. And they're a little bit more fiery. Okay. Spells. Chaos Bolt, Dissonant Whispers, Crown of Madness, Mirror Image, Blink, Enemies Abound, Freedom of Movement, Hallucinatory Terrain, Synaptic Static, excuse me, Wrath of Nature. All right. The thing that I'm going to be thinking about is how close is this to the Trickery domain? I wouldn't do too many overlapping spells. Do you have any? Mirror Image? Mirror Image might be the only one. Okay, that's not so bad. Proficiency with heavy armor. Okay. Starting at first level, you can use your action to touch a willing creature other than yourself and roll a d20. If you roll anything but a 1 or a 20, the creature has advantage on the next ability check or attack roll it makes. If you roll a 1 or a 20, the creature has disadvantage on the next attack roll or ability check it makes. If you roll a 1, it does. If you roll a 20, the creature does not roll for the next ability check or attack roll it makes. Instead, it treats the roll as if it were a 20. You can use this feature a number of times. You'll do your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's basically the help action. It's the help action where occasionally you can give someone a natural 20. I don't know if that's very good. It's not cracked guidance. It's an action. And all it does is give the creature advantage. That literally is the help action. I don't know if it's very good, honestly. I don't think it's very... Good is not the right word. I don't know if it's strong enough. Unless I'm missing something. I guess it's a little different than the help action because it's like you don't need to be standing right there when it happens. Like you can give it to a creature and they can run off and use it later. It's not really OP out of context. I think it's not really OP out of combat because you can always use your action to give a creature advantage on an ability check. That's just the help action. You can always do that. And it's limited by proficiency bonus. You know? Keep a blessing until you crit? Nah, it's too strong. I'm gonna point something out here. For a chaos cleric, this is a highly non-chaotic blessing for a chaos blessing. This is a chaos blessing that 90% of the time does the exact same thing. Not that chaotic. You roll between a 2 and a 19, which is going to happen 90% of the time. You are just giving a creature advantage on a check. So I'm not exactly sure what the move is here, but I don't think that this is chaotic, in my opinion. Might want to just give super advantage plus guidance. It's really weird that it seems so strong, but it's just help. Yeah, it's not really strong. It's just worded in a way that makes it feel really strong. But I don't even know if that's as much of an issue, honestly. Like, I think we need to pull away from it if it's being too strong or too weak. And it's like, does it accomplish the vibe of a chaos cleric? I don't know. I don't think it does. I feel like you got to think about it in one of two ways. You can either lean into chaos like, you don't know what's going to happen. You're rolling dice. It's going to be crazy. And then you could do like wild magic kind of stuff or like random tables of effects and things. Or you can think of chaos in the way that I feel like you are thinking about it, which is it's like disruption. You're disrupting the status quo. And I think that maybe you should think about chaotic blessing in a, how can I make a disruptive power? You know? What if you could do the reverse of help, but as a bonus action? That's not a bad idea. A weird sort of disadvantage force. If you're me, you're going to be giving out a lot of more disadvantage than automatic 20s. Yeah, you could mess with the scaling of it, like maybe a 1 through 7 does something, but I don't think that that's the move. I think the move is to think about this more from like an ideological perspective. Like, what is the point of this cleric? Is the point of this cleric to be chaotic, or is it to encourage disruption? You know? Let's look at the second level feature. Pandemonium. As an action, you present your holy symbol and evoke a chaotic energy to assault your enemies. Roll on the Pandemonium table below. All creatures of your choice within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw or be affected by a roll until the end of your next turn. Blinded, charmed, frightened, incapacitated. Yeah, that's pretty dang strong. That's pretty dang strong. I like it, though. It's pretty simple, straightforward. Incapacitated, I would probably not... Yeah, incapacitated is actually not that bad, if I remember correctly. I might be misremembering what it does. I think they just can't take actions and movements, and that's it. Like, I think an incapacitated creature can technically still do a bonus action. Yeah, they just can't take actions or reactions. They can still move. They still have their full movement. So I think it's good. I like it. I think it's solid. Stunned would be too strong, I think. I think incapacitated works better, actually. No, there's other things that lead to automatic crits. Paralyzed leads to automatic crits. But I think that's it, actually. That's true. It's still not really vibe check with the flavor text. This is more like random chaos. Let's see what else we get. At 6th level, your chaos favors you. When you use your chaotic blessing, you can target any willing creature other than yourself You can see within 30 feet. Additionally, you can roll 2 d20s and choose which one is used. I mean, this is a logical improvement of this. If you do keep this feature the same, I totally agree with this improvement. It's very similar to how a light cleric improves at 6th level. So I think it works for what this feature is. But again, I kind of fundamentally disagree with this feature. And I think that means I kind of fundamentally agree with this feature too. So I would probably, I think you got to rethink this, and then you can have that evolve naturally, sort of in the way that this does, because it does seem like you have a good sense of that. Okay, I'm gonna say something here. Is this every attack? Yeah, I wouldn't make. Okay, so making Divine Strike a random damage type, I think is great. I love it. I think it makes a lot of sense. It should not be. You should not roll this every turn. That is tedious. It should be once per long rest. After when you finish a long rest, roll a d10. This is the damage type you do for that day. Oh, roll it on initiative. That's not bad. That's not bad. Rolling it on initiative. That's not bad at all. That's a good idea. Rolling it every long rest is I think the easiest option, but rolling it every initiative is also kind of fun. Unconscious and incapacitated are very easy to mix up. Very easy to mix up. They're basically the same thing in real life. So in the game, it feels like they should be. I feel like chaos as freedom and anarchy is different from randomness. I agree, and I kind of thought it was going to be chaos as freedom because that's the way this is described. But this is definitely more chaos as random, which makes me even feel more that we got to change what this is. Let's look at the 17th level feature. Chaos Control. Beginning at 17th level, you can exert some control over the tides of chaos. When a creature that you can see within 30 feet makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use the reaction to roll an additional d20. You choose which of the d20s is used for the attack roll ability. This is kind of just the same as the other abilities. I'm going to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of building chaos around... Like, this is essentially a divination cleric. Like, this is a very divination power. You know, this is bending fate, which feels almost like the opposite of chaos. You know? Yeah, it's kind of just like extra luck. It's like lucky or fate. I don't know. I think that for a 17th level feature, I kind of actually think it's a little underpowered. But also, that's kind of just because there's not anything here that's crazy powerful that I'm seeing. But there's space for you to put some crazy powerful stuff in. But again, I think that this is like this kind of feels a little samey to some of the other features. We're doing a lot of stuff that has to do with re-rolling die. And it just feels too similar to a divination wizard, in my opinion. If I were you, I would lean harder into like random chaos stuff happening. Or, like I said initially, based just on the flavor text, more into like disruption. Problem with chaos is that it can just TPK everyone like wild magic sorcerer at lower levels. Yeah, I mean that's there's ways you could avoid that problem based on like the types of tables you build. But I also feel like if you want to play a chaos character, that kind of comes with the territory, right? Like there's an element of chaos character which is like I want crazy stuff to happen. So you have to kind of make space for that crazy stuff to happen. Incite Revolution for a channeled divinity. Enemies must make a wisdom saving throw on a failure. Their next attack imposes disadvantage on nearby enemy. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. Okay. Very, very interesting interpretation of chaos. I do think that the main thing that I want to say is your flavor text doesn't align with your direction, and I think that a couple of your features, while they are functional, I think that they're not. They don't match the vibe, and I would encourage you to figure out what matters more to you, the features, and if you like the features more, build the vibe around those features, or if you like the vibe more, build the other way around. If I had a cent each time a Chaos Homebrew had the word control in it. All right. Thank you, Capybara. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Guys, I need to pee so badly. I'm going to go pee. I will be right back. And I will play some I'll play some weird music while I'm gone. Okay? But I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I just need to pee. We're going to do more homebrew. All right, bye. I'll be right back. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't you fucking leave. Stay here. Stay here now. Don't go anywhere. Oh, that was so loud. I'm so sorry. Why was that so loud? All right, I'll be right back.
Like a cargo, you will carry me. I just hope you know my depth, even though it makes no sense. Sometimes I'm broken, too much of emotions. Sometimes I'm the lightning, don't wanna pick a fight with. Everything seems so good. I guess I can't help myself. Would you call me if I'm in the dark? I'm calling up 'cause I'm right under the stars. Would you run on me leaving this mark? But baby, I'm the one who's breaking hearts, one who's breaking. I said that I needed you, like a late night with someone that I knew. I just hope you won't get hurt. I just hope you've been through worse. Sometimes I'm broken, too much of emotions. Sometimes I'm the lightning, don't wanna pick a fight with. Everything seems so good. I guess I can't help myself. Would you call me if I'm in the dark? I'm calling up 'cause I'm right under the stars. Would you run on me leaving this mark? But baby, I'm the one who's breaking hearts, one who's breaking hearts.
I'm back. Did you miss me? Sorry about that eardrum explosion earlier. If it makes you feel any better, I had it too. It happened to me too. So we were in it together. All right. You were jamming out? Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you were jamming out. Ah, yes. You're still here? Good. Me too, man. That really did hurt my it made me jump. Sometimes my music, I set the volume, and then if I go back to it, it plays it as if it's at full volume for like a second, and then goes to the right thing. I have no idea why it does that. It's annoying. You're making a class as your first homebrew ever? Oof, don't do that. That's a bad idea. Can I tell you something? I'm going to be really honest with you, Stainless. Let's get serious for a second. Let's put on some serious music. Let's put on serious music. Serious. Do I have any good serious playlists? Listen to me, Stainless. Listen up. You might think that starting with a class is the way to go because you have an idea for a class, but let me tell you, it is going to take you so much time to get it right, and you're going to spend a lot of time treading water. I would argue that you will get much more value out of trying to build a subclass and learning how to build a subclass first, and then taking the skills you learn in building a subclass and then translating it to a class. That's what you should do. It's going to be messy if you don't. You know what I mean? It might not be messy, but it's definitely going to be a lot. You're going to make so many mistakes. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's just the way you like to learn, but it can be a lot. It can be a lot. You know? You could try to make a new spellcaster. I think I looked at this piece yesterday. Let me just double check. Yeah, I looked at this piece yesterday. Boop, boop. The Card Master. Yeah, man. That was one of those classes where it was like, I saw what you were doing. And the idea of a random caster is like a very fun idea, but in practice, it's really hard to make it work. I don't think it's a dumb idea. I think it's an idea worth exploring. I just think that when you take it to the logical extent, to the logical extremes for D&D, it comes up against conflict. It comes up against conflict with like two core ideas of design principle for D&D. One is players want to have agency, and then the other one is you need things to be very easily and quickly understood. This is my second piece ever of Homebrew. I finished. I stopped the sentence in the middle. This is my second ever piece of Homebrew I finished, so I'm pretty new. English is not my first language, so please look out for any grammar, spelling mistakes. Listen, isn't it amazing? First of all, it's amazing how many non-English speakers we have that are writing in English to make D&D. It's wild. Y'all are brilliant. But the other thing is that you guys end up being better writers than a lot of the English speakers. Because you're trying to write in full sentences and stuff. A lot of people just don't give a fuck, and what they write is just nonsense. Oh, man, I'm probably not going to look at all of this, just so you know, but I do like where we're coming from here. I like the vibe. I like that we're getting a Mario-style mystery cube. It's a very rare item. Let's take a look. You can use your bonus action to speak the command word to make this 3-inch cube float a bit above your head and grow into a 5-foot cube for 10 seconds. I would actually just make it 10 seconds is kind of a weird time. I would either say a round or I would say a minute. While the cube, because D&D, every round in D&D is 6 seconds. So you gotta kind of do things in 6-second intervals. In case like initiative is rolled. While the cube is in this state, the user can use its reaction. The user can use their reaction to hit the cube's bottom. To hit the cube's bottom, you can just say bottom. To roll on the power table. You can do this twice, regaining all expended uses on a long rest. When you roll the power table, there are 3 types of power-ups you can get. Status effect, object, or summon. Status effect. When you roll a status effect, the power-up table... When you roll a status effect on the power-up table, the effect immediately happens to the user. Object. When you roll an object, you don't need to probably break this up. You could probably just say what happens in here. So I don't know if you actually need this clarification. Like, you can just have it be like... You can just have it be like, a thing is summoned. I don't think you need to... Because now I'm going to be... Okay, why are we getting this breakdown here? I don't think we need this. You summon an object. It summons a creature. Yeah, I don't think you need any of these. I don't think you need any of this, honestly. When you cast a spell using one of these power-ups, your spellcasting ability is dexterity. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Just every item should just have a saving throw that is that item's saving throw. So this is a very rare item. You could say you just make the DC of any saving throws of the item. Make it like 15 or 14. It's very rare or rare? Very rare. You can make it higher. Make it 16 or 15. I'd probably make it 15. Let's see what some of these power-ups do. This is a twice-a-day power. This is a twice-a-day thing. I would also probably clarify it that, like, once somebody bops their hand against it, it's done. So, like, you can't have, like, 6 people all punch it and get 6 different power-ups. It should be, like, once it's done, it's done. You cast Enlarge, Reduce on yourself. You can cast Firebolt cantrip as a bonus action. So if you're going to do this, then just say with a spell attack modifier of +7. Just put that in here. Green Shell, you can use a bonus action to cast Catapult as a first level spell. Okay. You get 1 casting a Catapult. Your race changes to Tabaxi. That's very funny. I don't think you need to clarify anything about lifespan stuff. I don't think you do that. I think you just make your race change to Tabaxi for a minute or for 10 minutes or something. It hatches a giant toad. I love that. Again, the toad. I think the toad could probably just last, or maybe the toad lasts for a day, or again, actually probably shouldn't. Probably should last for like an hour. Bonus action to launch. All of these things are using your bonus action. I'm going to be honest. A lot of these things should probably use your action. Yeah, this should be an action for sure. It's a casting a fireball. You can now glide instead of falling. When you do, use your reaction to attempt to block. You can also use your reaction to attempt to block an attack made by incoming. Increase your armor class by 5 against that attack. It's a parry. I wouldn't make it +5. I'd probably make it +3 or +2. Okay. And then you get resistance to all damage types. In addition, every successful attack you make is considered a critical hit. Drop the critical hit thing. That's way too strong. But resistance to all damage types for a minute is also really, really strong. But so 2 things. Main piece of feedback is I think that all the feedback that I just said about what these things do, listen to that. The X thing is you don't need any of this middle stuff. This thing should have a saving throw. It should be like 15. It should have like a +7. It should also be a once-a-day ability, once-a-day item for sure. I don't think this should be a twice-a-day use item. I think it should be once a day. But I like it. I think it's fun. I think it's a fun item. My only suggestion on this homebrew is to fit it into their traditional D&D setting. It would be hard. You could make it like a special magic bag of holding. That's a good idea. If you did want to change it, it could be a mystery bag that you like pull something out of. That would be a great way to solve that problem. Yeah. I would probably actually change this whole thing and make it so it's like, as an action, you can throw the cube above a creature's head within 10 feet of you, and then that creature can jump up and do it to get this thing. So you could throw it above your head, you could throw it above somebody else's head, and then I would just phrase it like that. I wouldn't, and then when it's used, it goes back to your pocket or whatever. But I think it's fun. I think it's fun. It's a little too strong right now, but I think it's fun. Batcore Craft. Very nice piece. Also, your English is fine. It's good, even. Take pride in it. Wait. We have to give you a round of applause. Thank you, Batcore. Thank you, Batcore. Now we're moving from Batcore to cheese. 2 of my favorite meals, back to back. I'm prepping a relatively big homebrew setting for an upcoming campaign I'm running with my friends after we finish the introduction to... All right, let's get to what do you want me to read? I've written up a whole bunch of magic items. You've included 10 of them in the document. Are you going to tell me which ones to read, or you want me to read all of them? It is too many. I'm not going to read all of them. I have built some of them with the PC characters in mind. I expect that will be clear in the writing. This is my first time homebrewing items, though I've done some monster stuff before. Okay, so I'm just going to read the first one. We'll just look at the first item. Whenever you send me a compendium, please, please, please list the specific things you want me to look at. I will not look at all of them. Obsessive clapping ensues. Of course it does. Yeah, bat and cheese, a great combo. Okay, so let's look at this ruby. This is an uncommon item. This is a ruby ring of ruin. A carved golden ring with a large polished ruby. Once per day, you can use an action to cast minor fireball with only somatic components with a spell save DC of 13. This item requires attunement. So just your layout is a little wonky here. Normally the way items work is you put the name and then under it you say wondrous item and then you say if it requires attunement. So I would just do that. And then I would say, instead of saying once per day, what you need to do is you write what the feature is. So get rid of this once per day. You could do this. And then at the end, you say, once you use this feature, it cannot be used again until the next day at dawn. You need to, or the next night at midnight, or the next time, or it cannot be used again until it is like bathed in salt water for 8 hours or something. But you gotta give it like a thing that it needs to come back on. Let's see what this does. Minor fireball, second level evocation. The other thing is that if this is like a special spell for this, you don't actually need to write it as a spell. You could just take this and you could do it. So it's like, as an action, you can pick a point you can see within 150 feet of you. A very small fireball springs from your hand and launches and explodes in the area. Each creature in a 5-foot radius has to make a dexterity saving throw. Has to make a DC 13 dex saving throw. On a failure, they take 3d6 fire damage. On a success, they take half as much. Just write it like that. You don't need to write it like a spell inside the item. For an uncommon item, I think this is fine. I'd probably make it require attunement. I also think you could make it do 4d6, not 3d6. I think that'd be fine. It also makes it half of fireball, which I think feels a little bit nicer. Because a 5-foot radius is not that big. All right, I'll look at one more because that was quick. Illusory prism. A fist-sized prism of crystal reflecting images kaleidoscopically from all sides. It does require attunement. Oh, it does. That's right. It just says it in a weird spot. I keep looking back up here. You can use an action to make the prism cast a beam of light, creating a convincing duplicate of the other prism user. I'm assuming, I guess there's another prism user. The duplicate mirrors the actions of the wearer. The duplicate lasts a number of rounds equal to 1 plus the user's intelligence modifier, requiring concentration to maintain. This, you need to have some period breaks in here. Period here. New sentence. When the duration runs out, you can, not may, you can spend an action to maintain the illusion for 1 round. I probably would just drop that part, maybe. The prism functions... Actually, I guess it's probably fine. The prism functions better in higher light areas and cannot function in dim or dark light. What does it mean? How does it function better? If it functions better in light areas, you need to explain what that means mechanically. And enemies can attempt a wisdom saving throw to discern the nature of the duplicate in lower bright light. Wisdom saves are made at advantage. In lower bright light. What does that mean? You mean in dim light or darkness? Where item requires attunement. Again, put the attunement requirement at the top. I think this is honestly a fairly complicated way. You need to. This is a kind of a complicated way of just writing. You create an illusion. You can create an illusory duplicate of yourself. It feels like it's just you're the user. I think it should just say you. Okay, no other user. Word make brains hurt. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically, as an action, you can create an illusory duplicate of yourself. Where can you create it? So like you have to pick a spot. So I would say something like, as an action, you can create an illusory duplicate of yourself at a point you can see within 30 feet. The duplicate lasts a number of rounds equal to 1 plus your intelligence modifier. Minimum 1. Okay. The illusion requires concentration to maintain. When the duration runs out, you can spend your action to maintain it for an additional round. Something like that. Yeah. the part of the problem is here is this is all just one big paragraph. You got to break it up into smaller paragraphs. It makes it really tedious to read if it's just one big paragraph. People are saying hurdy brain words, but the truth of the matter is this isn't really hurdy brain words. It's just hard to read because it's all one big block. And it is way too wordy, but a lot of it is also just one big block of text. Oh, Omnius has an interesting idea. They say their rule of thumb is if I was running from a troll and I had to throw this item at an ally, how would I best explain how it works? That is a great way to think about it. Yeah, because it's a big thing to essentially say you create an illusion that looks like yourself. But it's a neat idea. Both of them, I think, are pretty neat ideas for magic items. I like them both. I could see this one feeling like it could potentially be a rare item, not a uncommon item, depending on how much the illusion can do and also the range of it and stuff like that. But they're both pretty neat. I think you're just overcomplicating both of them and how they're written. Simplify as much as you can. Always simplify. Always simplify, cheese. Do you review races? I do. I review anything in D&D that you want to send. I will not review super long things. Like, I won't review a whole class. And if your subclass or your magic item or any of your thing is really long, I'll probably review the beginning of it and then just give you general feedback based on what I've seen and what I can infer from it being too long. I don't really review, like, adventure modules. Anything that I have to spend, like, a really long time on, I'm not going to read. Yeah, I'm not really going to review any Bloodhunter stuff because Bloodhunter is basically a homebrew class. So, like, reviewing a subclass of somebody else's homebrew class just feels just not for me. Okay. You know, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Someone should make a spell that floods someone's brain with complicated language. That's kind of what Feeble Mind does, but the opposite. How was the Indy 500? It was really good. I had a really good time. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. The best part were when when it was only at 488 and we knew once 12 more showed up, then we'd be in for a treat. That was the when it was most exciting. All right, this is a piece by Casual Trainwreck. I tried making an interesting monk cleric hybrid. Did I read this already? I might have read this already. Let's see. Oh, we got some Brazilians? Hell yeah. Let's see. I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, we did. This is the Whirling Dervish. I read this already. Yeah, I read this already. Right? Chat. Some of you have better memories than me. I looked at this already. Yeah, I looked at this already. Click. If you're going to submit something that you've submitted before, you need to say in the message that you've submitted it before. You need to wait at least 2 weeks before you submit it before. And I don't want to see it again unless it is so different that I barely recognize it as new. If it is mostly the same or is even a little bit the same, I'm going to stop reading it. Because most of the feedback that I give, I'm not going to have like new stuff to say if you didn't change it, you know? If I disagreed with something or felt something about something, and then it's still there, it's just going to make me be like, all right, well, you didn't really want to listen to my feedback, which you don't have to do. I don't care if you don't listen to my feedback, but I also, you know, what I'm going to give for feedback isn't going to be dramatically different, you know? It's going to be mostly the same. 1 second. Okay. So let's spin again. Is the Artificer similar to the Blood Hunter? No, I'm happy to read Artificer subclasses. feel like I read this person's stuff already too. The thing is, I don't think anyone knows how to make an artificer, and I see the same. This is really what it is with artificers. I see people making the same mistakes with artificers almost every time I read an artificer, and I'm getting bored of giving the same feedback every time. So if I see an artificer that feels like it needs the same feedback that I give to every artificer, I don't want to read it. Because most people don't know how to write artificers. They write artificers in the way that they want artificers to be, but they don't write artificers in the way that they are. I don't know if I read... Let me see. Your name is familiar, Doctor. I've yet to write a subclass looking for balancing tips, opinion on if it rolls well, adding more scripts later on. Inspired, shout, yeah, we looked at yours yesterday. Oh, I'm getting sloppy. I have no interest in doing a Homebrew 101 for artificers. I don't think they're particularly interesting. I'm bored of them most of the time. General feedback. Artificer is not a general crafting for magical effects guy. Yes, exactly. There's somebody who has a very specific magical thing they crafted. Exactly. Exactly. Suki, hello. Let's play a game. Before you was a monk subclass. Great. I'm so excited. Hours ago, a barista accidentally pinched your finger when you handed you your coffee. You thought nothing of it, but that barista accidentally activated quivering palm. Okay. What do we got? Where are we going at here? If within the next 6 minutes you make fun of a monk subclass, my friend will cause those vibrations to end. Can you resist your temptation? Are you just scared that I'm gonna make fun of your monk because I think most people are bad at making monks? I'm not really sure what your goal is there. I'm definitely gonna let you know if I think your monk is bad. I think I would say this is what I would say. I would describe this in the most kind way possible. I would describe this as an attempt at a funny comment. I would describe it not as a funny comment, but as an attempt at a funny comment. I don't know if I would call it a success, but I'd call it an attempt. Sometimes an attempt is all you need. I'd love to make something that would be more focused on making a magical plate armor suit that upgrades over time. I don't know if I'd do a subclass for artificer. I mean, the armorer, there already is the armor. There literally is an armor artificer. So I would not suggest making it an artificer. It literally exists. It's the armor artificer. Cinder has Death Ward and is immune to necrotic damage. This is true. If I'm going to be very honest, I'm immune to most damage types because I'm not a creature in D&D. So damage types in D&D aren't real for me. They're imaginary. What do you think of an artificer that replaces their body with robot bits? I think it's great. I love it. Again, though, I think you wouldn't want to make it... The trick with artificers is that you can't overdo it. So, like, if you're going to give them some options for body parts, limit it. Like, it's like you get 3 that you pick between. Don't make it like you get 17. And you can't make it take 3 paragraphs to explain. You can make it take 1 paragraph to explain. It's more like dealing damage to Cinder 3-dimensionally is like a point of damage against a 3D being. Yes. I know that exists, but it's like they took the concept and made it as dull as humanly possible. I wanted to spice it up. I feel like that is... I think that is a fine thing to do, but I think that you have to do it with the context of that opinion that you have is an opinion that you have. It is not a truth of the universe. So the thing that you will be coming up against aggressively if you make a armor artificer that is not the armor artificer is people are going... Like, if I was to read that, I would be looking at the armor artificer along the way as like the balance matrix, and I would be constantly really aggressively asking the question, why does this need to exist? Because I don't think that it's an assumed truth, but what you just said. I think it's your opinion. So you would have to convince me of your opinion in the mechanics that you wrote, and I think that's tricky to do. If I were you, I would just make it a fighter. I would just go totally different direction. You know what I mean? So I'm going to stop at the first feature. I'll go a little bit longer. If I was going to do an artificer, I'd basically stick a new thing into the artificer's shoulder gun thing. All right, let's take a look at the empty stomach monk. Monks are the way of the empty stomach, fast indefinitely as a way to attune with ki. Their connection to life energy is strengthened by relinquishing their own. Okay, weird. Food for the soul. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, your body begins to reject nutrition. You are considered to have eaten 0. I think it's weird to... I don't think you need to write this out. This is weird. Instead, you can spend ki points equal to 2 plus 1/2 your monk level to gain the benefits of consuming food. What? So this means at 3rd level, you need to spend all of your ki points every day to eat. I don't like that. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you gain 5 more ki points. Additionally, you can spend 3 ki points to gain advantage on a skill. Okay, I'm gonna point something out here that I think is a mistake, a big mistake that I see a lot of creators making, and I think it's something that I want to strongly encourage you not to do. Here, we are given a downside, a pretty big downside. So there should be a reason for us getting that downside. There should be a mechanical reason, a story reason, something that we can sit in so that we can actually lean into having that downside and it can feel like it's a part of our character. Immediately afterwards, we are given a way to compensate for that bad side. It's like, it basically nullifies it. So then what's the point of having it? Why not just say, at 3rd level, you no longer need to eat or drink water. Period. And then just another feature that's different. Hey, check out this restriction. That's going to be really interesting. Hey, check out this thing that makes the restriction not anything. You know what I mean? It's like you're taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. And the things that we actually do get, we're never going to be able to do because it's like now I'm choosing, am I using 1 monk feature once that costs 3 ki points that gives me advantage on 1 check or 1 extra damage die roll? Or am I getting a level of exhaustion because I didn't eat food? I just disagree with that, like, fundamentally. I'm going to be really honest here. I don't know what the point of this monk is at all. It takes a good idea, makes it 3 times the size on a page, and briefly annoying to play. Let's see what 6th level is. Did I link this? Sorry, I'll link it. At 6th level, at any point during your turn, you can spend ki points. After spending ki points, you can spend 1 ki point to do one of the following: make 2 unarmed attacks. What? Okay, I'm gonna stop reading this piece here. At 3rd level, we get a feature that nullifies itself and a feature that kind of doesn't have any flavor to it. And then at 6th level, we get another feature that just doesn't have any flavor to it. It just is monk, but better. I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. First of all, using a ki point to... This power is just way too strong. I mean, honestly, I don't like any of this. I don't like any of this. This is what I'm going to say to you. This is what I'm going to say to you. I think that what you need to do is you need to spend a couple minutes and you need to say to yourself, you need to ask yourself, what is the point of this monk? What do I want this monk to feel like in play? What is this monk doing that is unique and distinct? And you can ask that from a mechanics perspective or a roleplay perspective. But then you have to synergize those two things. We're not getting anything unique here. This is just monk, but better. And this is just, here's a problem, here's a convoluted solution. You know? Same thing. Yeah, I honestly, dude, I think this is a start from the ground up thing. I think it's back to the drawing board. I would go immediately back, not immediately, but take your time and go back to the drawing board and ask fundamental core questions about, like, what is the goal of this homebrew? What are you trying to accomplish? You know? And then work towards that. That's true. If you are a Warforged, it actually just totally breaks because you just get 5 free key points a day. That's also a really good point. All right. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that is a good example of, I feel like there is the vibe is too unclear. So it's really, you gotta rebuild that vibe. You gotta focus it up in. All right. Let's give a round of applause for Suki. I think I may have been harsh in my tone with the armorer. My defense of my statement is just you got 2 types, Guardian, Infiltrator. No, listen, you can be defensive. I don't care. I didn't think you were being harsh. I wasn't offended. Don't worry. What's up, Lord Draymore? How are you doing? Do you like being called Draymore or Dreamore or Dremore? I always wonder whenever I see you say your name. Anyway, let's take a look at, well, let's see who's next on the wheel. I'm going to expect that quivering palm any second. No, it doesn't really matter, dude. I'm immune. Any will do. Oh, Dreamer. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Dreamer. My lips feel weird. When I laugh, I can really feel the fucking surgery in my face. That's when I feel it the most. Okay. Next is Grixin. Grixin, I hardly noticed. I love when you guys make clips of my stream. I wish people made more clips of my stream. I know that there's like, I don't know if it's like a common thing to like, I don't know if there's like subreddits or places or Reddits where people post YouTube clips. I know there's places where people post Twitch clips, but I wish their YouTube clips was more of a thing, because I would love to stumble across clips of me being weird on the internet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll go to, what's that subreddit called? Livestream fail? Is that the one? Maybe one day I'll go to Livestream fail and I'll see a YouTube clip of myself there. Who one day? Grixin says, hey, here is my ranger archetype, the God Hunter, and it has a focus on a special homebrew type creature called the Ordained. They are a bunch of individual characters with insane world-warping powers and thus gods in my world. This is a ranger subclass, has focused on facing those types of creatures, give me all the critique you want. All right, let's go. Let's take a look. The main piece of feedback I'm going to give here immediately is that this is sort of similar to the person that made the thing that was like the other person that made something really specific today. It's like it just has to make sure it's good against things that aren't just these things. Hope and Dreams is such a baller song. I don't know that song. I don't know any songs. I've heard songs before, but I don't hear them often, you know? All right, Ranger subclass. Have we gone full loop on this playlist? Have we gone all the way through it? I think we have. We might need to pick something new. We could try this one. No, I'm not gonna like this one. Could do this one. No, I don't like this one either. Do this one? No, I don't like this one either. I was digging the sort of whimsy vibes. I want to do more whimsy. Can we request hopes and dreams? You shouldn't get claimed because Toby is cool. It doesn't. YouTube does it. Toby doesn't do shit. Toby's not out here seeing who's listening to the music. It's just YouTube just does it. Let's do this. Ba beep boo boo boo. Ba 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 ba. You guys know that song? Wait, this? All right, let's just. Okay, this might be a little. Well, this is going to be too intense, but I do like that it's here. All right, good to know. Let's do this. Here we go. This is better. Okay, sorry about that. The God Hunter. Did I post it in the chat? As a ranger, you have trained yourself to oppose beings who are great, who hold great individual power. Due to some betrayal or hatred against the ordained, you have trained in a technique, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Let's just dive in. We get protection from good and evil, enhance ability, remove curse, banishment, commune with nature. Interesting spell list. Interesting spell list. Detect divinity. Starting at 3rd level, you gain the ability to innately sense divine energy in the area around you. As an action, you can detect divine energy within 100 feet. This sense can detect celestials or other forms of divine energies, even through full cover. This effect can also detect if you are being targeted by a divination spell. Whenever you are the target of a divination spell, you can expend use of this ability to make an opposed spell check against the diviner. If you succeed on this roll, you can detect the divine origin of the targeting magic and general direction from which the scrying was done. Okay, I think you need to clean this up a little bit, but basically what you want this to do is it's not divine sense, it's like divination sense. So it's like, I think 100 feet is a little bit too big, first of all, for a 3rd level feature. I'd probably make it 30 feet or maybe 60 feet. I think that it should probably ping and then be done. I don't think it should last for an extended period of time. And I think it should be like, you can detect creatures that are celestial or any divination magic that is happening in the area. That's the way that I would phrase that. Does it need a duration? Can it just be like it's an action and then it's done? Like it's just like a ping on a radar. Doesn't that work? Once per short or long rest. I think that's probably fine. You could also make it like wisdom modifier times per day. I think that would also work. Godslayer. At 3rd level, as a standard action, make one attack action against a creature with advantage. What? If the attack hits the target, it will become your divine quarry. When you have a divine quarry, you take a -2 penalty to attack rolls against the target until your quarry is defeated or 24 hours pass. Every time you take the attack action on your divine quarry, the first time from an attack, you gain +1 damage against your quarry and +1 to hit for every 2 quarries stacked. Oh my god, this is so complicated. Whenever one of your attacks brings your divine quarry to 0 hit points, you can expend your reaction to move another target to move it to another target within 30 feet and lose half your quarry stacks. I disagree with this so much. Twice per long rest. Okay, so rangers at 3rd level need a thing that allows them to do a little bit of extra damage forever. They need a feature that they can do every single round. Or every single combat, I should say. So, like, you have things like the Fey Wanderer, which does a little bit of extra psychic damage to all of its attacks. Or you have the Gloomstalker, which does like a big extra bit of damage the first round of combat. But this is shockingly complicated. Like, you're keeping track of stacks, you're keeping track of bonuses, you're keeping track of penalties. It's just too much. It's just way too much. And like, it's a lot of complicated stuff to essentially get to the goal of you get a bonus to attack and damage rolls against a creature. That's all it does. So it's like, yeah, it's a ranger with a calculator, exactly. So I think you need to boil this back to like, what is the point here? Like, the point is just you want to do a little bit of extra damage. I disagree with adding the bonus to hit. I would get rid of that entirely. But I think that... Oh, honey. I think that this is like a back to the drawing board, honestly, here. I don't think this feature works at all. I think you got to take a step back and be like, how else can I express you doing a little bit of extra damage to creatures occasionally? And what vibe do I want from that? Like... the vibe here is lost in the mechanics, so I'm not even sure what the vibe is supposed to be. And maybe you can tell it's pretty strong if it's figured out because it's only twice per long rest, which is like crazy. Can't you just take the stack out of the mechanic? Then what's the point, Rob? Then why the penalty 2 plus the plus? Why not just make it? Why not just simplify it to? You can, when you hit a creature with an attack, you can make it your quarry, and you get a +1 to damage rolls against it, or +1 to attack and damage rolls against it. Just make that. There's a lot going on here that it doesn't need. And I think that at the end of the day, I disagree with it doing plus to hit on things, and I disagree with it being limited in use. Gotta start over by removing one thing. You don't got to start over, but I would say I would personally rebuild this from the ground up because I don't see you call this Godslayer, but I don't see why this feels like a Godslayer feature. This is just math. This is just math extra attack. Let's look at the 7th level feature. Exactly. I was thinking about that. Archery fighting style plus sharpshooter would make that thing break the game. A Will of One. Starting at 7, gods can't do math. 7th level feature for Ranger is purely defensive boost that isn't limited. That is not always the case, but that is often the case. It's not necessarily defensive, but it's like either defensive or it's like battlefield changing. Starting at 7th level, whenever you'd be the target of an effect from your divine quarry that would cause a saving throw to be made, you can spend your reaction to gain advantage on the save. And if the saving throw would cause you to take half damage, you instead take no damage. It can be used twice per long rest. You are immune to fear effects coming from your quarry. Somebody said they thought this felt like the 10th level Hexblade feature. What's the 10th level Hexblade feature? Oh, I'm curious. That's a little different. Armor of Hexes is a little different than that. Gonna spitball here. What if you got some kind of damage boost versus monsters that are a higher CR than you? That could work. The hunter gets something a little bit like that, where they get damage boost. They can get a damage boost to creatures that are bigger than them. Yeah, Fey Wanderer. That's what I was thinking of. Where that one doesn't exactly feel like a defense feature. That feels more like a utility feature, because it's like if somebody succeeds on a saving throw against Charm or Frightened, you can like Charm or Frighten someone else. Do you know what CR you are? You do it based on your level, is what I would probably say. But I don't think that would be consistent enough. This also feels kind of convoluted. I'm going to be honest with you here. This might be a situation where I think you need to rebuild all of this, because I disagree with your Divine Quarry feature, and this is building off of your Divine Quarry feature. Am I only the one that thinks the Hexblade feels flavorfully unfocused at times? I think sometimes it does. My CR is 30. I don't have a CR. I'm not a D&D monster. I'm off the chart. People might try to make me a D&D monster, but it won't be accurate. It rarely is. I'm more of an unnameable force. Okay. So what is this actually doing? You can get advantage on saving throws against your quarry, and if you would take half damage from the save, you can take no damage instead. I mean, it's basically just a different version of evasion, I guess. It's not really flavorful, though. Like, I'm not feeling the God Killer here. Look at Monster Hunter for a sec. I will never... Oh, well, okay, fine. I'll look at Monster Hunter. I thought you were talking about the video game Monster Hunter. Why do you want me to look at Monster Hunter? Whenever the target of your Slayer's prey forces you to make a saving throw, and whenever you have an ability check to escape their grapple, you roll a d6. Ooh, yeah, that is very similar. That is very similar. Bonus to saving throw against it. Bonus to saving throw against it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's also like, why is this called the Will of One? I don't know. I would just go in a different direction with this here. Let's look at Willful Smite. At 11th level, you gain the ability to channel your innate skills, and normally rangers at 11th level get a pretty crazy thing. Starting at 11th level, you gain the ability to channel your innate skills and specific training to purge the targets of your hunting. But to purge the targets of your hunting, what does that mean? To purge the targets you are hunting? Whenever you would hit your Divine Quarry, you can cause your attack to do an additional 1d6 damage for each Divine Quarry stack on the creature. Nah, just drop. I'm sorry, man. Nah. I'm just okay. I think I'm gonna stop reading this piece here. I'm gonna be real honest with you. I feel like. Are we missing an 11th level feature? No, that is the 11th level feature. I just feel like it's all just doing the same thing. It's all just doing the same thing. We're so one note, and that note is a note that I disagree with. I'm going to be honest, almost none of this feels like you're a God Killer. It's kind of disappointing in that way, where it's like, I want more of that. I like that flavor, and I'm just not seeing it. Like, Willful Smite kind of just feels like a weird alternative of just regular Smite. Detect Divinity is kind of just like Divine Sense. I don't know. I think the main feedback that I have for you is, like, you really got to try to figure out how to make this thing feel distinct. And I think that the Godslayer mechanic that you have here is not the move. I think that you need to scratch this for something else, and then everything else that ties back into that, you need to adjust or rewrite. That's what I would suggest. Might be a lot, but that is my feeling. You do not need to agree with me, but that's my feeling here. I feel like it's just off. It's just off to me. Hello, Milk Boy. All right, that was Grixon's piece. Thank you, Grixon, for sharing the God Slayer. Thank you. If you do continue to work on it, I wish you well. Why does the music feel like it got so quiet? Oh, there we go. Okay. Music's back. Where'd it go? Next is Orange Ocean. It always lands near you. That's the game, man. It's the nature of this dangerous world that we live in. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Hello, this is not my first homebrew, but it's my first time submitting. Very exciting. I really enjoy listening to your homebrew reviews while at work. Oh, that's wonderful. You work at an animal shelter. Hell yeah, dude. So thank you. You're welcome. This is my... I hope you enjoyed your Barbar subclass. You're reading this. That means the wheel has finally blessed you. It has. What did you say at the end? Hello, everyone. Oh, good luck, everyone. Not hello, everyone. Oh, a barbarian. Okay, I thought you meant like Babar the elephant. Ocean, you're here. You just got home. Welcome, man. How was work? How was the animal shelter? I'm trying to make a gourmand ranger idea I had yesterday, and it's coming out a little overcomplicated and feels forced. What does the word gourmand mean? I don't know anything that doesn't have to do with fantasy or monsters. A food one? Yeah. If you feel like you're forcing it, this is what I would say. Don't scrap it. Don't scrap it. But if you feel like you're forcing it, just put it away for a little while and then just look at it again in like a week. Oftentimes that's the thing that gets me sort of back into it. Okay, Path of Hellfire. Okay. I'll be honest, you're so far you're touching things I like. I love anything monstrous. If I can be a demon barbarian, you know I'm going to be a demon barbarian. Path of Hellfire. There's a chef feat. There's no shortage of rage within the fires of the Nine Hells. Poor souls who land within these flames are forever changed by the horrid landscape. Barbarians who walk this path can pull that rage from the hellfire that stains their souls. I don't think you need to say stains their souls. I think it's better if it ends with the word hellfire, that sentence. As these barbarians grow, their constitution tames the inferno within. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see. You made an angel barbarian. I like an angel barbarian too. All right, let's see what we get. Fiendish Rage at 3rd level. Yeah, always enter sentences with cool words. Also, one thing that people do when they're writing a lot is they over-explain, and they don't realize that they're over-explaining, but it's good to assume that your reader is making connections that you don't need to explain. So a lot of times you can just say something once or just sort of infer things, and it's enough. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, when you enter a rage, you gain innate spellcasting. Interesting. That improves as you cultivate burning rage within your soul. You can cast and concentrate on magic without the need for material components while raging. You gain spell slots equal to your proficiency bonus per rage. You lose access to this spellcasting feature, magic effects, and any concentration you have on your spells when your rage ends. I think you need to be very careful here. And you need to be very, very clear that you only get access, you can only cast these spells. Because the way this is written, you say you get access, you can do spellcasting while raging. I could take 3 levels of this barbarian and then go wizard, and then all my wizard spells would still work while raging. And you don't want that. So the way that I would probably say it is that I would say something like, while raging, you glow with infernal magic and you gain, some amount of infernal magic charges that get higher at higher levels. And you can expend those infernal magic charges to cast any number of these spells or whatever. And then you can break up the spells by how expensive they are or what levels you get them at. But something like that, where it's like you are making it very clear that it's like, this isn't spellcasting. This is you summoning the magic of fire through your the magic of hellfire through your rage to mimic the effects of spells. And at 3rd level, you get Hellish Rebuke and Scorching Ray. 6th level, Fireball, Flame Stride. 10th level, Wall of Fire, Fire Shield. 14th level, Flame Strike, Immolation. I'm gonna be honest here. I think you need to do everything down a level in terms of the spells that you get access to. I think at 1st level, you should maybe get... First of all, at 1st level, I think you should also get Firebolt. Just like the cantrip Firebolt. I think you should get that. And I think that these should be 2nd level spells, these should be 3rd level spells, and these should be 4th level spells. Maybe one more of each, but I don't think, I think you got to tone all the spells down just a little bit. Because you got to keep in mind, you're getting these every time you rage. This isn't a per day ability. This is a per rage ability, which is a lot. A 3rd level barbarian getting 4 spell slots is a lot. A 6th level barbarian, the way that this is written, a 6th level barbarian could cast Fireball 6 times in a day. And that's a lot. I would argue it's too much. So I think the way to do it is you give them a number of charges. You make these spells cost a certain number of charges. These spells cost a certain number. These spells cost a certain number. These spells cost a certain number, so that you can limit how much you can do the powerful ones. And then give them either Produce Flame or Firebolt and make them free. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't think you should be getting 3rd level spells so close to just full casters getting them. But I think it's an interesting idea for a 3rd level feature. I actually think it's I think if you, and I think these spells are good choices. I just think you got to tone everything down a little bit, and I think you got to move away from it being spell casting in a traditional sense and lean into it being like a charge mechanic. Magical. The other thing that you could do is at higher levels you could even, well, we'll see. I don't want to make assumptions about what you're gonna get here. But I will say that, like, you can't be getting too crazy with your extra powers. Like, I would argue that one of these powers should probably be, you can, when you take the attack action, you can cast one of your spells instead of making an attack. That should be one of these 3. And it's not. I can tell that it's not, but it should be. Make a magic, like magic resistance of fiends. Your rage protects against the arcane. At 6th level while raging, your rage flares outward. Don't say rage so much in the same sentence. When you are hit by a spell or magical effect that requires a spell save DC, you add your Constitution modifier to your saving throw instead of your Dex, Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma modifier. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna make a suggestion here. I don't mind this, but I think you got to change it. What I would probably do is I would probably let you add your Constitution modifier to these 2 saving throws that require, I would probably say when you have to make a saving throw against a spell or magical effect, you can add your Constitution bonus to that saving throw, and I would limit its use. I would make it a once per rage thing, or I would make it like something like that, some sort of limiting of use. I wouldn't make it on all the time. Can we trust the barbarian with Fireball? No, but that's why it's a good idea. But the reason is this is really strong, but you got to keep in mind, this is like a secondary feature, because the other thing we're getting is Fireball and Flame Stride, so this has to be a lot weaker. That's what I'm getting at. Fireball centered on you? That's funny. I also feel like we should get fire resistance. I'm surprised that we're not getting fire resistance. We should get fire resistance. You can now instill the madness of the 9 hells into the minds of your enemies. Starting at 10th level while raging as a bonus action, you unleash Horrifying Screech. Up to 5 creatures of your choice that can hear you within 30 minutes of con saving throw against your spell. I'm going to be honest. I would just say no. I would just completely drop this feature. And I would make this feature basically when you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of the attacks with casting a spell. That's what I would do. That should be this feature. Or this feature. But a Screech that does something bad, a Screech that does like a mini Feeble Mind, nah, I don't think it's the move. Disagree. It goes really, it might be good if like this was a completely different subclass, but this subclass is fundamentally built around this. You are summoning, you're casting spells. This is that's the focus here. If you don't want that to be the focus here, then this can't be the 3rd level feature. So I would just probably just drop this feature, and give it so you get the little extra attack. Get abilities similar to what you see in the Baylor stat block, but I agree, but technically the Baylor is demon and this is devil, but I see what you're saying. Maybe you explode sometimes. I don't think it should be casting spells at the cost of health. I think they should just be charges. Let's look at the 14th level feature. Starting at 14th level, you can now deal brutal damage to those audacious enough to cross you. If you or an ally within 30 feet of you suffers a critical hit by a creature, that creature is now your target of spite. The next attack you make against your target of spite automatically succeeds on a critical hit. I'm not a fan of critical hits. Let's take Tradosio's advice. Let's look at a pit fiend for a second. What does a pit fiend get? Pit Fiend deals a bunch of extra fire, gets a bite that deals a bunch of poison damage. It has its attacks deal extra fire damage. It has a fear aura. It has magic resistance. Hold monster wall of fire, fireball, detect magic. It gets some resistances. It has true sight. I think any of these are things that we could pull to make you feel a little bit more demony. Like it could even be like at 14th level, your attacks just deal extra fire damage all the time, forever when you're raging. Maybe at 14th level, whenever you rage, you gain. What about at 14th level, you gain immunity. Whenever raging, you get immunity to fire and poison damage, and your attacks deal extra fire damage. It could just be that. It could be more than that too, but it definitely doesn't need to be. It could also be at that could also be the 10th level feature, and then the 14th level feature could be that whenever you make the attack roll, you can cast a spell as a part of your attack roll. What if they get a fire aura? When you're hit, you deal. When you are hit, you deal. That's not bad either. I like that too. Fire aura would be cool. While raging, if a creature hits you with a melee attack, they take 1d6 fire damage. Or it could even be like, it could even be 1d6 plus your rage damage modifier. You could even do that if it doesn't feel like it's enough. That is kind of the desert aura, but it's a little bit better because the desert aura just happens once a turn. This is every time a creature hits you. So it could happen like 4 or 5 times against one creature. But I think all of those make sense. I think that if you want to do these directions, like if you want to do something like spite and madness and stuff, you got to have a different 3rd level feature, and the 3rd level feature can't grow with you. But I'm going to be honest, I really like the spells you picked here, and I like the idea of a very limited spell casting barbarian that is a fire demon, a fire devil guy. So I would lean into that and tone the rest of these to sort of accommodate the needs of that 1st level feature. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Pretty cool piece. Pretty cool piece. Orange Ocean. Let's give her a little round of applause for Orange Ocean. It's totally different than what Hellish Rebuke does. Hellish Rebuke, the creature doesn't have to be right next to you. It requires a spell slot, and it requires a saving throw, and it requires your reaction to do. Quite different. I think it's certainly different enough to be a class ability. Anyway, thank you, Orange Ocean. Thank you, thank you. How you guys doing? You having a good night? What's going on in your home games? Anybody have any D&D needs? Curious things you're dealing with at home? With home D&D games? Struggles, glories? You're running Curse of Strahd? I played in a Curse of Strahd campaign, but I never ran one before. I think I may have looked at this piece already too. What's your inquiry, Skim Milk? Skim Milk, the most mundane of milk. You have to finish building a water temple. That's cool. Your barb just got stolen by a devil and stuck in hell. Dang, what level are you? We are finally back and all in person? Oh, Data, that's wonderful, man. I have someone with the Hellfire Barbarian level 6 and they're loving it so far. That's good. You got clothes for the goober today. Oh, that's cute. She tried them all on and is cleaning up. Ready to play a halfling heavy panther cavalier watchers. All right, that sounds cool. Back to college. Dang. All right. Your friend is going to be executed for killing the princess. Dang. That's heavy. Skim Milk didn't ask their question. I was so ready for it. You're level 12. Okay, level 12 is starting to be reasonable for people to be stuck in other dimensions and stuff. I have a policy that is getting me into trouble. What gets the player interest? What gets player interest grows. Now they want to rub their faces on everything. All right, that's silly. Thinking of a confused warlock who takes a false patron but still gets power. Not sure how to make it placebo effect, but he's actually a wizard and a moron. I think you just play it. You just be I think that's really easy. I think you just pick a wizard. You pick spells that you feel like would feel like they could be warlock spells, and you just roleplay as if you have a patron. And just roleplay like, oh, my patron, thank you. And then people are like, dude, you're just casting it yourself. Like, no, my patron got me. Don't worry. My players have been sucked into another plane by a benevolent force to prevent their deaths. That's cool. You're trying to make a pocket watch that has a countdown to when the physical version of death can chase down the user. You need a way for the player to rewind the watch. Maybe they feed death something. They give it a death. They give it a life. I'd like the cleric hunt domain reviewed, please. I did my best to make it SRD compliant, which is hard due to the many tempting spells. As advertised, you're a follower of a god or goddess of the hunt. I don't think I looked at this one, remember? I don't remember. Let's take a look. What did they say they wanted me to look at? Hunt domain cleric. I love that you have a table of context. Thank you for the table of content. Thank you for that. There it is in the chat. You're thinking of a soul for a soul? Yeah, that was where my head went first as well. Soul for a soul makes sense. I'm sure they liked all of that, Orange, but it doesn't mean it's not overpowered and a little bit similar to something that already. It doesn't mean it's not a little overpowered. That's what I'm saying. They're definitely gonna like something if it's a little overpowered. Speaking from experience. You guys are just wacky. A church took over the kingdom and summoned an angel that probably isn't actually an angel. That sounds cool. Okay, let's take a look at the hunt domain. You have devoted. Here, did I put it in the chat? I think I did. Let me put it back. I'll post it again. No, I love. To be fair, I was asking chat about their games. I inspired this chaos. I like a good bit of chaos. I just wanted to know what was up with y'all. I wanted to know that you guys were having a good time. Okay, hunt domain cleric. You have devoted yourself to a higher power that governs over hunters, trackers, and trappers, and your connection to this domain has blessed you with the skills to slay your prey. I think you could just make this its own sentence. Okay, let's see what we get. Alarm, Hunter's Mark, Branding Smite, Locate Plants and Animals, Clairvoyance, Conjure Barrage, Faithful Hound, Locate Creature, Scrying, Swift Quiver. I'm going to be honest. For an SRD compliant spell list, this is on point. It's not insanely powerful, but it is quite on point. Quite on point. Is Ensnaring Strike too low level? I feel like Ensnaring Strike could fit instead of Branding Smite. If Ensnaring... Oh, Ensnaring Strike is a ranger thing, right? But I feel like Ensnaring Strike would fit here, too. Not necessarily... Branding Smite works, though. Swift Quiver at level 9. Is that a big issue? What does Swift Quiver do? Once on each of your turns until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action to make 2 attacks with a weapon that uses it. Oh, that is a lot. Okay, that's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. So Swift Quiver is very specifically a ranger-only spell because you need to work to get this spell early because it is very strong. Very strong. So I actually agree. I would take Swift Quiver off. It's gonna jank shit up a little bit. Yeah. Conjure Volley probably would be better, but Conjure Volley kind of sucks also, so I understand why they might not have put it on. But Conjure Volley would work better for sure. Okay, bonus proficiency. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency in martial weapons. Cool. Mark of the Chase. At first level, you gain the ability to imbue magic into a target to mark them as your prey. As a bonus action, you can force the creature that you can see within 60 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature is marked by you for up to 1 hour or until you lose concentration, as if you were concentrating a spell. The mark grants the following effects. You gain a bonus to your damage rolls against the target equal to your proficiency bonus. That's... I don't like... this is all too much. This is all too much immediately. You score a crit on a 19 or 20. You get... This is like Hexblade, but better. The target is disadvantage on stealth checks. And you can see the target regardless of lighting condition or while it's invisible. When it reaches 0, you can hit another creature. Once you use feature, can't do it again until you finish a long rest or until a spell slot is expended. Dude, this is a full caster. If you can get this back with a spell slot, that's fucking nothing. This is so much stronger than a first level spell. This feature, it's just too. This is just way too strong. This is just way too strong. Way too strong a feature. I think something akin to Hunter's Mark would be appropriate, but this is not that. This is big too strong. This extra damage is let's just look at the Hexblade Warlock, because I do think that if you didn't build this off of that, it certainly feels like you did. So the Hexblade, you get bonus damage equal to your proficiency bonus, and you can score a crit on 19 or 20. But you need to keep something in mind here. Creature within 30 feet, and it lasts a minute. And you can't. There's no way to get it back. It's just once per short rest, and that's it. It doesn't matter that it doesn't have a save. This is so fucking strong compared to that. Double the range. 10 times the duration. 10 times the duration with the ability to keep it going on another creature. Okay, that's huge. And the disadvantage on stealthing, and the ability to see them even if they're invisible. So, I don't like that it's so similar to Hexblade's feature in general, because it's just Hexblade feature, but better. Pokey90, you get this a lot more than once. I don't know if you missed that, if I'm misreading your comment, but you get it once per long rest, or you expend a spell slot of any level. So this is a first level spell. First level spell, wisdom save, or you get bonus proficiency. Like, imagine taking a 1 level dip in this class. Yeah, okay, I see. So like, imagine being a fighter and then taking 1 level in this. I got you, Pokey. We are on the same page, Pokey. We are on the same page. Yeah, it's just much too powerful. Channel Divinity, Strike True. You can use your Channel Divinity to enhance an ally's attack as a reaction when you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you deals damage with an attack. You can add a bonus to the attack's damage equal to 1d8 plus your cleric level. I think that's cool. I like that one. Channel Divinity, head of the hunt. Although I will say, I'm not really sure what the flavor is here of making this feel like a hunter. So far, everything here, I'm not getting a lot of hunter vibes yet. It'd better be as a channel divinity. It'd be better as a channel divinity, maybe. That's true. But even then, I think it would still be too strong. I think even this as a channel divinity would still be too strong. Do you think the first level feature should be about tracking instead of always finding? It could be. And this is like fun, but I don't know if it feels like huntery. But it's fun, but it doesn't really feel huntery. I think mechanically it's sound. I don't know if I don't feel like it fits the vibe though. Head of the Hunt. At 6th level, as part of a bonus action, used for your Mark of the Chase, Hunter's Mark, you can use your Channel Divinity. When you do, you choose one willing creature within 30 feet of you. That creature gains the benefits associated with the Hunter's Mark. Okay, so again, this is just. Let's take that first level feature that's way overpowered and now double it. So I'm going to just say, again, you're probably going to need to ground up from this one here. This might be a back to the drawing board feature. Yeah. S Obelisk, I would say that on average, Channel Divinity spells are a little bit better than... Channel Divinity features are a little bit better than a second level spell. And often they're a little bit better than a second level spell because they scale in some way. That is not always the case, though. Some of them... You have to be, like, sort of compromising with when you are trying to put things like that into a box. But yeah, that is sort of the headspace to think about it in. A 6th level, your cleric's power spike, so why is it channel? Why are you limited to your needed boost? There are a bunch of clerics that their 6th level feature is a new Channel Divinity. So I think that's okay. I just don't think it... I disagree with it being an enhancement of the other feature. My feedback, circling back around to the topic Cinder is on. Why have a whole domain that is basically just multi-classing into a ranger for a few levels? Well, I think that... This is what I would say, Omnius, to that. I would say that question is a fantastic question to ask yourself as you are designing it. Because I think that you should try to answer that question in the design. Like, if I can make a hunter cleric that when you're reading it, you don't think this just feels like a cleric ranger, then you're in a good spot. That means that it feels like it is distinct, it is unique, and it is bringing something new to the table. It is looking at being a hunter from a religious, cleric, ritual perspective in a way that the ranger doesn't do. If you can do that, then I think you're like making the answer. But you have to you have to ask that question to yourself. You have to ask that question realistically with any homebrew you're making, which is like, why am I making this as opposed to using something that was already written that feels very similar to this? And if you don't have a good answer for that question, or if your answer is just because I want to, then it's like, then make it for yourself, but like, it doesn't, you don't need to. It's not really being something new then, you know? You could almost break that mark into 2 different channel divinities. It's true, you could. Sixth level isn't always channel divinity, I don't think. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's not. I think there's a couple that don't have it channel divinity tied. I don't remember which ones off the top of my head. Good look, I guess. I know a bunch of them do, though. Knowledge is a channel divinity. Life is not a channel divinity. Yeah, so there you go. Let's look at the we get Divine Strike. It's fine. Let's look at Mastery of Marks. You can, what is this? It's just more marking creature stuff. Whenever you successfully mark a creature with Mark of the Chase, you can also mark them with Hunter's Mark. Okay, yeah. Man, I am so sorry to say this, but I think that 80% of this is you got to rebuild because it's fundamentally built around a broken feature. So I think the question to ask yourself, and maybe chat, we can talk about this for half a second if you have any ideas. How would we build a cleric that was the cleric of the hunt that felt like a cleric of the hunt? I think you could. I feel like I like the idea of giving yourself proficiency in bows and short bows, long bows, like ranged weapons. I think that makes sense. I would probably do something like Blessing of the Hunt, where you can like give something to a creature that makes them better at hunting. Like, what if you could like touch an ally and for the next hour they have advantage on survival and perception checks or something like that. You could do something like that. You could also do something where if you and then you could also you could lean into you get like crazy bow features, but make them your channel divinity. So like channel divinity could be when you make an attack with a weapon with a ranged weapon, you can use your channel divinity to, like, I don't know, summon a little forest or to not summon a little forest, but, like, you know, do entangling stuff or to mark a creature, and then maybe, like, you know, for the next minute, every time you hit them with an attack, they take, you know, 1d6 or half your cleric level extra damage or something. But I would lean into, like, you giving blessings of hunt kind of vibes, more than you just being an insane hunter. Channel divinity pass without a trace, something like that could kind of work too. Yeah, leaning into being like moving through terrains, but you also you're dancing a little bit with, like, the nature cleric if you make it too naturey. Trappings needs the trappings of ceremony. Consecrating your party for the hunt with special blessings. That's kind of a cool idea. I thought you were going to say traps, and then immediately someone else said traps. So traps also, but I like that. Yeah, so all of those are good things to think about. Because in its current state, it feels... I don't know. It's not hitting the mark yet. It's not hitting the mark yet. Interesting idea, though. I hope you keep working on it. Thank you, TV. Thank you, TV. You're thinking animal blessings? You don't want to get too close to, like, nature druids, you know? You know? I have to... 1 second. All right, let's, you meant blessing weapons? Oh, yeah. I mean, forge clerics kind of do blessing weapons, but you could do something like that. The Lunar Kitsune. You guys think this person's gonna send me an anime thing? Hey, no Mick. This submission... No, Mike, I know. It was a joke. Calm down. This submission was from last week, but didn't get through. Jacob Thompson on YouTube. Jacob Thompson. It is I, Jacob Thompson. The Shadow Blade. Man, I'm just gonna yell at you for 3 seconds here. This is so badly organized. There's no... Why is the description down at the bottom? Why aren't any of the features bolded? Why does it just say properties? Why does it say damage? What the fuck is going on here? Write in full fucking sentences. Look up items. This is what I'm talking about with formatting, guys. This is why formatting is important. This might be a really well-designed item. But if somebody handed this to me, I would immediately be like, nah. Because in order for me to put this item in my game, I know I'm going to need to put in work to reformat it. And the formatting makes me feel like it looks very unthought out. So, for example, I'm going to help you. But here's what you do. The description, move that up here. Okay? Boom. Put it up here. Then... Don't do this fucking damage properties bullshit. Get rid of all that. Just say, you gain a +1 to attack and damage rolls with this magical weapon. Period. In addition, this magical sword deals necrotic damage instead of slashing damage. Period. Okay? Do that. Then you get into this stuff. It has 10 charges. And magic items don't recharge on a long rest. They recharge at a time of day. So instead of saying it's a Shadow Blade, so it probably should, let's say it recharges each night at midnight. When wielding this weapon, you can use your bonus action to teleport behind a creature. Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. So this feature, give it a name. Call it Shadow Teleport. Put that in bold here. And then say 2 charges. That's parentheses. That's what that means. And then say, as a bonus action, you can teleport behind a creature with a 30-foot radius. What the fuck does that mean within a 30-foot? Don't say that. Say, as a bonus action, you can teleport behind a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you, period. Actually, just say it like this. Say, you can teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of a creature within 30 feet of you, period. If you attack after teleporting, you can make the attack with advantage, period. That's fucking it. Don't say similar to the last ability. Give this a name too. As a reaction to an... say, okay, call this one Ice Cream Sandwich or whatever you want to call it. Make it bold. When a creature attacks you, but whether or not it is successful, you can use your reaction to teleport 30 feet away from it to a spot you can see with whatever. This teleportation you cannot teleport within 5 feet of an enemy creature. Okay. That's fine. On a successful hit, you can choose to blind the target, lasting 5 rounds. No. So if you're going to do something like blinding, it's got to be on a saving throw. 5 rounds is fucking weird. Make it either 1 round, like make it until the end of their next turn, until the start of your next turn, or make it a minute and let them remake the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. And this is unquestionably a very rare item. Unquestionably a very rare item, not a rare item. Dude, this is not a bad item. This is fine. It's not particularly anything. That's not true. It's kind of neat. Like, teleporting items are fun. I feel like I would probably change it so you don't need to teleport specifically to a creature. You could just teleport. But I also feel like you are so shooting yourself in the foot with your formatting here. It was, like, frustrating to read this because of the way it was formatted. From a balance perspective, this should not have 10 charges. I would say, realistically, this should have 6 charges. This should cost 2 charges. This should cost 2 charges. And this should cost 4 charges, probably, is how I would do it. And I would probably make it regain 1d4 plus... I don't know. Yeah, 1d4 plus 2 charges each day at dawn, each night at twilight. You might even want to try to figure out how to make it so there's like even and odd numbers working together here. But it shouldn't just recharge all at 10. It should be a dice roll plus something. You really need to spend some time and I think look at some magic items and not look at them from the perspective of, oh, that's cool what they do. Look at it from the perspective of how they are being designed and like the mechanics behind the idea of what they do. Look for the patterns, that sort of thing, you know? Those are my thoughts. I don't have a lot more to say. It's also the name you might want to change because there's a spell called Shadow Blade. So it might be confusing. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think it's a little bit too powerful because of the charges and some of the stuff not on a saving throw. And I think you really got to shift your wording around. But I think a little sword that does necrotic damage instead of regular damage, like an evil lightsaber, and can teleport you around is pretty cool. All right, thank you, Lunar Kitsune. Yes, it is very edgy. It's a very edgy item for sure. The edge is strong. The edge is strong with this one. I just realized I made an oopsie in my Homebrew wheel application. Forgot which name my YouTube account shows. Don't know if you can retroactively change it. I definitely can't because I don't know what it is. If it's on the wheel, it's on the wheel. But you can change it for next week. Baba. Baba Black Sheep. I love Baba. Baba's one of my mods. Auto carts, roll out. Let me know if you think this should be a stat block, but I kind of like keeping your HP, etc. during the spell. Okay, I'm so curious what we're about to look at. Did I click the right thing? Yes, I did. Sometimes I click the wrong thing. There it is in the chat, friends. Goron's Cart, 3rd level transformation. 1 action, range, self, duration 1 hour, concentration. I love it already because I just read the first sentence. You transform into an animated wooden cart. While you are transformed, the following changes apply to you. Your size becomes huge, and you weigh 1,000 pounds. Your AC becomes 15. Your speed becomes 30. If they are not already higher, your strength becomes 16. Your dex becomes... You gain the following attacks. Crush. Going off of the question that you asked, I think that this definitely should be a stat block. I disagree with that. You keeping your regular hit points. Maybe you can make your hit points stay the same, and in the stat block, it just says your current hit point maximum, or your current hit points when you write it. Or the target's current hit points. You gain the following attack. You can move through the space of any medium or smaller creature. When you do, the creature must succeed on a strength saving throw, or take 2d10 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. You can use this feature against any creature once per turn. I wouldn't call it an attack unless it takes your attack action. This sounds like it doesn't. Sounds like it's just part of your movement. If you want it to be an attack, you should say you gain, I wouldn't call it an attack. I would say you gain the following special action. Crush. You immediately move forward 10 feet, and then this happens, or something like that. Or 20 feet, or whatever you want the movement. You can't perform actions that require hands, blah, 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 casting spells. Okay, that's fine. I don't think any of this matters if you make it a stat block. When you transform, your non-magical equipment appears in the back of the cart. I think you can make this part of the stat block. I don't think you should retain all this stuff. I think you should just be a cart. I really like this, but I think that you got to just be a cart, man. I think you got to be a cart. I feel like if you can retain all your stuff, there's too many ways it can get weird. You can pick and choose stuff. Like, I think being able to hear, I think this makes sense to being able to speak, hear, see. I think all of your items being in the back of the cart is really fun. I think having a crush feature is really fun. But I think you should not be it should be its own stat block. Basically, a spell that turns you into a car from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Exactly. Yeah, I like that. Does this make you into a construct? I think it would if it made you a stat block. You just got to be a cart, man. Exactly. Yeah, you just got to be a cart. Somebody clip it. I don't have a lot more feedback, though. I really like this. I could see an argument for this being a 4th level spell. But I think overall it's pretty solid. I like it a lot. I really like it. I think it's very goofy and fun. And I like it because it does something that I really... Whenever people make spells, I want the spell to feel really, like, unique and distinct and feel like it brings something new to the table. And this does that. The other thing is that I want a spell to do is I want a spell to be very evocative. I don't want to just feel like, oh, it's burning hands, but lightning. I want to feel like, oh, this does something. This is weird. Or this is scary. Or this is funny. You know, I want it to feel like something. And this feels like something. So I think you're in a really good spot with it. And I love, I kind of love it. There you go. If you look at the YouTube video, next to where it says share or whatever, there's like a little scissors button that says clip. And then that's how you clip stuff on YouTube. And then you have a little link, and you can post it anywhere you want. You can post it in the Discord. You can post it on the internet. Do whatever you want with it. Cool. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about that. I really like it. Really nice piece. I have a whole section in my Discord that's a place for people to post clips from the stream. Cool. Thank you very much, Baba. Yeah, really original idea. The thing is, though, so simple, too, right? Like, it didn't need to be that much to be original. So much of what made it exciting is literally that first sentence of flavor text, you become a cart. My favorite two parts of it are the flavor of it and the fact that your items go in the back of the cart. But, like, the actual mechanics of traveling, of the crush thing, they all work, but they all work together to build to something greater, which is taking very seriously the very silly idea of turning into a cart. It's wonderful. Big fan. Big fan of that idea. Encourage you to continue to work on it. Clap very fast. Yeah, you gotta do the fast clap. Gotta do that fast clap. Aton, I think I looked at your piece yesterday. It took some months to work in the last review. Big changes. Relies on summons for damn. I think I looked at this already yesterday. Yeah, I did. I looked at this already. I looked at it this week. If not yesterday, I looked at it the day before, Aton. But you're wonderful. It was a fun piece. It's been fun, Omnius. I appreciate you being super active in the chat. You got a lot of fun stuff to say. I hope to see you on future streams. You seem like a cool cat. All right, next we have Icy Cold. I'm a newish DM. Love it. And this is my first dabble into the world of homebrew. I wanted to give my small player group something like a pet that isn't combat oriented. This is what I came up with. Cool. I think having non-combat oriented pets is a great idea. Let's take a look. Depending on what level your party is, okay, a couple things right off the bat. This is a really high really high AC. Why is its AC 20? That's way too high. Don't make its AC so high. 5d4 plus 10. Is that math right? What's 2.5 times 4? Is it 12? Is 2.5 times 4 12? I think you did the math wrong on your hit points here. Okay, let's see what it actually does. I'm not going to give you too much feedback on the numbers. I just want to see what it actually does. It's 12? It's 10, yeah. So this should have 20 hit points, not 22. It's immune to a bunch of stuff. It's incorporeal. It can do detect magic at will. That's really strong. Once a day counterspell and dispel magic. I'm going to be honest. This is really strong. Detect magic at will is huge. I probably would not do that. On a pet, anyway. I might do detect magic 3 times per day and counterspell and dispel magic once per day. And maybe even just make it so it's like you pick between one of the two. Yeah, that's the other thing that I was going to say. Counterspell is super combat. So for a non-combat thing, you give it a very both of these are actually very combat efficient spells. I would probably, I don't know. I might drop counterspell entirely and just give it dispel magic once a day. Hey Dylan, what's up, buddy? Stream's going good. My guest had to cancel, so tonight is we're just doing classic homebrew review all the way through. I had 2 cancellations today, believe it or not, which is a bummer, but we move on. Watcher's Insight. The eye can choose to focus on a particular location or creature within its sight range. I would not say within its sight range. I would say within 60 feet. Be clear. For the next minute, it will telepathically send a chosen creature within 30 feet, images and sensations of what it perceives. This connection, however, works both ways. If the chosen creature suffers a mental attack, like a phantasmal killer spell, it must make a saving throw as well or be stunned for 1 minute. This is really convoluted and overly complicated, if I'm being honest. So it can pick a spot that it can see, and then it can send that sight to someone else. But if it gets attacked with the way that I would probably word this is how I would word this. I would say something like, you know, it can it can form a bond with a creature within a certain distance of it, like as an action. For the next minute, it can telepathically send that creature whatever it sees. In addition, if the creature that it is bonded with is affected by, it fails a wisdom, intelligence, or charisma saving throw, the whatever it's called, the Oth-Kahar, must make, or they have to make that sort of saving throw. It has to make that sort of saving throw as well, and if it fails, it is stunned for 1 minute. I think you could do something like that. Invisibility, becomes invisible and uses action or reaction to decide to become visible again. This is so strong, man. This is so strong. Detect magic, ethereal, and invisible all the time. The thing is, I want to point something out to you before you give this to your players. This is more powerful than the spell Arcane Eye. Like, this spell, Arcane Eye, basically does what your thing does. And Arcane Eye is a 4th level spell that requires concentration. So this is like an infinite 4th level Arcane Eye, but way better. So it's definitely shouldn't be CR2. I mean, the CR is also kind of irrelevant here because they're not using it as a monster. They're going to use it as a pet to give someone else. But yeah, it's way, way too strong. Wisdom saving throw on a failed. This is also super attack oriented. I would just drop this gaze feature entirely. Watcher's Insight should be an action. Gaze should just be gone. Just get rid of it. And it definitely shouldn't have legendary actions. What the fuck? No, just get rid of all these. So I'm going to be honest with you. I think you got to cut about half of the features out of this thing. I don't think it should have incorporeal movement. I think it should have limited invisibility at best. I probably would figure out how to simplify Watcher's Insight to make it not just Arcane Eye, but better. And I would make it detect magic maybe 3 times a day, dispel magic once a day. Its AC should be like 13. It's just way too strong. I would say it is on the same level of strength as a legendary item, to give you a sense of how strong I think it is. Maybe a very rare item, but it's close to a legendary item in strength. So I think you overshot a little bit. The other thing is, like, it's just really, really close to Arcane Eye. I feel like you should maybe just base it off of Arcane Eye, or think of something else to make it unique that's not making it feel like Arcane Eye. You know what I mean? All right, those are my thoughts. Simplify it, cut about half the features out, and then you'll be in a better spot. All right, thank you very much. Icy cold. Icy cold. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go tonight. Maybe I'm going to go at least another 15 minutes. I might end at 11. We'll see. We'll see. They are brave. They're very brave. It's part of what makes it so exciting. We get to encounter all these brave people. Vincent Reyes, I think I saw you in the chat today. This is a wizard subclass based on a video game character. I had to create new damage type because the available ones didn't seem appropriate. I'm going to tell you immediately that doesn't work in D&D. You can't do that. This subclass should be similar in power to Bladesinger. This is my first time making a subclass. Lastly, the link provided allows guests to make comments and edits as a suggestion. Don't do that. Oh my god. Okay, are you guys? Please don't chat. Please be good and don't type in it while I'm reading it. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. That's true, there is blueberry damage. The reason why you can't make up a new damage type is because the game is entirely, like, there are fundamental aspects of the game, spells, racial abilities, class abilities, subclass abilities, monster abilities, feats, all of these things tie into and keep account for the different damage types. And if you just introduce a new damage type and don't think about how it, don't think about how to make it interact with the rest of the game, then it's like, it doesn't mean anything. This is such a strange formatting. Okay. what is it called? The Wanderer subclass. This is a fighter. No, this is a wizard. Call it the School of Wandering, or the Wandering something. Wanderer subclass is not clear enough language. I would change the name to make it more wizardy sounding. To be a wanderer is to be unburdened, untethered from familiar comforts of home and safety of kin. To leave petty grievances behind you and let your past names all be water under the bridge. This is all very poetic, but we're not actually getting any information about what the subclass is yet. It's a journey without predetermined destination, a life unfettered by constraints of routine. We're still not getting anything about the subclasses yet. Boundless expanse, open road. Okay, you're sort of saying the same thing over and over and over again. Each day is a new chapter, every horizon. I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to stop reading the flavor text here. Party time! I'm still listening to the last VOD while I'm working. I can't wait for the next call-in show. Oh, Rex, thank you for the 10. Very, very generous, my guy. Very generous. Very, very, very generous. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. So the problem with this flavor text is problem that I see a lot of the time in flavor text. And it is this thing that happens where basically you say the same thing 17 times in a row. Flavor text, like, this says the same thing as this, says the same thing as this, says the same thing as this, is this. So spend less time saying the same thing over and over and over again, and tell us more about what the wizard feels like to play. I want to be able to visualize what this wizard looks like after I read the flavor text. Strum the Swirling Winds. When you take this subclass at 2nd level, you learn the Windblade cantrip detailed at the end of the document. Son of a gun, you want me to make... I'm gonna look at it very quickly, but if it's long, I'm not gonna read it. Evocation cantrip range. This is not how range works for magic. It's just one number, so the range would be 180 feet or 60 feet, not both. A blade of wind is propelled at a creature. Make a ranged spell attack. The target takes 1d10 wind damage. No! Wind damage is... You can... Listen. Wind damage doesn't exist. You could do cold damage. You could do bludgeoning damage. You could do slashing damage. You can't do this. The spell creates more than one blade when you reach higher levels. 2 blades at 5th. This is just Eldritch Blast, but better. This is just Eldritch Blast, but better. I disagree. I disagree with it. I'm sorry. No. Okay. So, additionally, you get proficiency in Constitution saving throws. Lastly, at 2nd level, your hit point. Holy shit! This is just wizard, but better. Stop making things that are just classes, but better. So, this wizard's main 2nd level feature so far is you get a cantrip that's as good, if not better, than Eldritch Blast, depending on what wind damage means. You get the saving throw proficiency that makes you incredibly... You get the saving throw proficiency that you really want, and you get a shit ton more hit points. No class in D&D gets this 2 increase. Oh, maybe you did that because it's level 2. But either way, this is too much stuff, dude. Too much stuff. Second, you get Song of the Wind, which is a really long feature. Fuck me. All right. I'm getting mean. Song of the Wind. I don't think I'm getting mean. I think I'm responding appropriately to this. Starting at 2nd level, you can invoke Secrets of the Wind. Provided you aren't wearing armor, have a shield equipped. This is just the same as... okay, this is all Blade Singer stuff. You can use your bonus action to start Wind-favored state and immediately fly 30 feet straight up. This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you, when you enter the wind state, takes a bunch of damage. 1d10 damage. You can also dismiss it as a thing. Okay, so what do we get? We get a fly speed equal to our walking speed. And when we're casting Windblade cantrips, we can add our intelligence modifier to the damage. So now it is just Eldritch Blast, but better. And then you get a bunch of other stuff. You have 100 points available. Oh my god, why are we doing things in numbers of 100? Why would you give us something? Don't do that. Yeah, this is still level 2, guys. You can stay in the wind form for as long as the points are available. At the end of your turn, you have 0 points. It ends. If it ends by any means you fall, you land. Okay, you don't take fall damage when you fall. While in wind state form, you consume 20 points a state per turn. While in wind state form, you can spend 30 points to take the dash or dodge action as a bonus action. You consume 1 point for every foot of movement you walk. Oh my god, can you imagine keeping track of this? This is going to be so tedious to keep track of. This is really going to be tedious to keep track of. Use feature number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. You can't do so again until you finish. I gotta tell you, gotta tone this. Okay, first, I mean, look, we have one feature that's way overpowered. We get a cantrip that's overpowered. And then we get this crazy feature where it's like you get a fly speed, you do more damage, you can... What? How do we fix this? How do we help this? Chat, I need your help. It's baked in Invocation of Wind. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's a great idea. So the first thing that I would say is definitely replace this crazy point system to just a time limit. Secondly, you can't do as much stuff here. If you get a fly speed equal to your movement speed, that's basically everything you should get. So let's say you get a fly speed equal to your movement speed, drop this extra damage. I would say getting a fly speed equal to your movement speed and being able to dash or disengage as a bonus action, that's basically enough. I wouldn't give you more than that. That's it. Then it's just flying. Yeah, well, I mean, what do you want? Like, you're giving a crazy powerful flying resource at level 2. You can't make it more than just you can't make it much more than just flying. You could get a hover speed, and the hover could be kind of slow, or you could be like way lower to the ground. It's not at will flight. You can only do this proficiency bonus times per day. But yeah, it's pretty busted. And it doesn't match your flavor text at all. This music's making me go a little crazy. I gotta change it. 5 ceremonial prayers. At 6th level, compress the atmosphere into a single vacuum that grinds all troubles away. Once prolonged rest is an action on your turn, you can create a vacuum sphere that creates that sphere and crush it underfoot, causing rippling winds to deal damage to any creature standing in a 15-foot, within a 15-foot wide, 30-foot tall cylinder centered on the ground directly beneath you. You are immune to the damage and effects of this skill. I would. So you want to do like a wind pillar that hurts people below you, like an ion beam. Any creature in that area must make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they take some damage and are thrown 10 feet upward into the air. To a maximum of 30 feet? What do you mean? For each failure? What do you mean for each failure? How long does this last? More than a round? Invocation of Wind also does this. Also, why does this wizard just feel like a fighter? Like, remember, you get normal wizard shit on top of this. Investiture of Wind. It is very similar to Investiture of Wind, but it's a little different. I spelled investiture wrong. It is actually really, really similar now that I look at it. Yeah, I mean, dude, you got the language right here. I'm not sure why you changed it to make it more confusing. I'm not feeling it, man. I think this feels a little bit too powerful. I guess it's once per day, so maybe it's fine. I'm just so put off by the second level features. Gotta be honest. The Song of Wind and Strum of the Swirling Winds, I feel like they really... I don't know what the mark is supposed to be, but I'm not feeling a mark. Like, I feel like they're just shooting into the ether. It's not a 6th level spell at 6th level, but you do basically have the equivalent of that spell by the time you get to 6th level, because you are going to have most of the Investiture of Wind features. You're looking ahead. All right, that's fine. There's another 6th level feature on top of that? As a reaction to taking damage, you gain resistance to the triggering damage type. And then you do a bunch of other stuff. This is too much at 6th level. Hey, do you remember how you said you were trying to base this off of the Blade Singer? You know what the Blade Singer gets at level 6? Because I do. Extra attack. That's fucking it. You know how they have their Blade Song is crazy powerful? What else do they get? Light armor and performance. Blades of Song of Defense also is very similar to this 6th level feature, but it's not as strong as this 6th level feature in my opinion. Let's look at your 10th level feature. You learn the Magic Missile spell. Wait, why are you throwing Magic Missile in here? Where's this coming from? And you can just cast it a bunch for free? Why? What does that have to do with anything the subclass got so far? And then you get a free use of Magic Missile whenever you use your wind-favored state. And then you can cast multiple non-leveled... It's just too strong. I think we're going to stop reading it here. You really are... Like, considering you compare this... You tried to base this based on the strength of the Blade Singer. Like, how? You gave this basically double the features of the Blade Singer. You gave this thing... And all of them are so strong. All of them are so strong. And like, what is the vibe of this thing? Are you trying to make like a, what are they called? What is it called? Like the anime mech warriors that fly around in space and shoot missiles. What are those things called? I'm not talking about mechs. There's like a word for it. Gundam. It feels like you're trying to make this like a Gundam, which is so different than the flavor text. But like, with the flying around and the ion beam wind damage and the weird version of Eldritch Blast and the magic missiles, I feel like you're trying to make a Gundam. And maybe that's the move. Maybe change it so it's a Gundam. Because this doesn't feel like whatever this is. Missile spam is more of a Robotech Macross thing. That's what I was thinking. It's very like a space robot. It doesn't feel like a wind wizard. It doesn't feel like a... I mean, it feels a little bit like a wind wizard at level 2. I'm playing a Blade Singer right now, and it does all of this. Absorb elements, Song of Defense, Investitures. I remember making a Gundam character build. It took like 17 levels in a Homebrew-powered armor class. I think the idea of trying to make a Gundam character would be a lot of fun, actually. I think that would be a very fun subclass to try to build. I think a fighter would obviously make a lot of sense. That's what I would do. I would try to make it a fighter. I think it would be a lot of fun. Yeah, this is just a lot. These powers are just too much. I think that if you're... What did you say in your post? Yeah, you can't make up a damage type. It's not similar in power to Blade Singer. It's totally fine if it's your first chance to make a subclass. I think that you overdid it. And that's fine, but I think you just overdid it. And a lot of the time when you're making a subclass in D&D, especially if it's based off of a thing, I gave this feedback fucking 5 times already this stream, but I'll give it every time because it happens a lot. If you're basing something off of a piece of media, you can't encapsulate the totality of that thing. You just can't. You have to account for the fact that this is also a wizard. So they're doing all of wizarding. So anything that you could get this subclass to get through spells, you just shouldn't give it because they could just do them as wizard things. Also, you just even then you can't give them everything because you have to limit the features so that they're balanced compared to everything else. The Bladesinger is already arguably the strongest or one of the strongest wizard subclasses in the game. So to use that as a balance mechanism is already like you are pushing the power creep a little bit, which is, again, fine. It's fine to do that. But to totally overpass it is like a big no-no. I love Middle Finger of Vecna is a great website. I like that site. The folks who make that, Mage Hand Press, they their book Valda's Something of Spires is really good. It's a subclass that should have less of an impact on your character than the class. I don't know if that's wholly true, although I do think that is true for the case of wizards. But I think that for something like a ranger or something like a fighter, the subclass has a huge impact on the class. Wizards get like 2 or 3 cool things, 2 or 3 ribbon things, and 1 strong, very flavorful thing. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. All right, let's give a little round of applause to Vincent for their first time sharing a piece of homebrew. Thank you very much, Vincent. It is very brave of you to share, and I appreciate it. I would strongly encourage you to boil down your idea into what it fundamentally needs, and if you can't do that, then it shouldn't be a D&D subclass. Like, the fact that you feel like it needs a new damage type, that just means that you can't do that in D&D. It's just not going to work. So I would probably change that. And I wouldn't just give it an Eldritch Blast. All right. Okay. Cool. Mahasha'a. 11 o'clock. Let's spin one more time, at least. Good night, apple on a tree. I feel like we might have done Omen's piece already, too. This piece is tweaked from a homebrew campaign I played in featuring... I think I read this piece already. Yeah, I did. Read it already. Feedback given on that one already. Dang it, one pass. Don't know what that means. This paladin subclass uses variant rules for wild magic table, which can be found here. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to look at them. And if I need to look at them to figure out how this thing works, we're going to skip it. Not trying to be mean. Just being honest. Not going to go to D&D Wiki to learn some fucking bullshit. Okay, I'm not seeing anything about a wild magic table in here, so it's maybe fine. Paladin Oath of Lunacy. The Oath of Lunacy calls you to throw away the logic of the world and ascertain your own meaning. These paladins find this world is too dull and believe it must be thrown into the chaos if one were to break free from the constraints of others. These heralds of heresy are seen as outcasts of society. Wherever they go, they manage to annoy everyone they come in contact with, whilst reality seems to fall apart. Oh, Baba! Philip Mead is also Baba. Thank you, buddy. I absolutely love the spell. I do think it needs to be a stat block, though, but I love it. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to read the rest of the flavor text. This is all you need. Whatever this says, it's not important. It's too much reading. Arouse Discord. Also, all of these tenets are too long. Arouse Discord. Sometimes life can be boring and everyone agrees on everything. Why not find a topic to divide the room, an issue to break up the possibilities? Unless, yeah, this is too long. Too long. Sometimes life can be boring if everyone agrees on everything. Be the discourse in the room. Period. Done. Arouse stupidity. Who says something shouldn't be said? Why not be the one to say it? That's it. Boom. You don't need the rest. As one who has sworn to the Lucy, you must point out that there are always two sides to every coin, except this one. Sometimes there's a third. Okay. I mean, I would probably just end it there. I did not link. I'll link now. Yeah, the tenants I think are, I'm going to be honest. Somebody in the chat just said, Peter brought up a really good point. They said you have to be really careful playing this table as a new player looking at the tenants. I agree. These tenants basically seem like they encourage you to be a really frustrating person to play D&D with. So I think one of the things that you have to keep in mind whenever you're making something for D&D is that the goal of it is that it's not just fun for the person, it's fun for everyone at the table. And I kind of agree that a lot of these are going to be like, genuinely, I would probably need to have the conversation with the player to be like, don't stop doing that. So you got to be careful around that. Chaos Bolt, Featherfall, Enthrall, Gift of Gab, Blink, Enemies Abound, Confusion, Polymorph, Awaken, Seeming. I'm not sure why we get Featherfall. I'm not sure why we get Enthrall. I'm not sure why we get Blink. I'm not sure why we get actually everything else we got. Seeming feels a little off, but the vibe is kind of spattered here. I would pull out the stuff that feels less chaos. Let's see what we get for Channel Divinity. When you take this to the 3rd level, you gain 2 Channel Divinity options: Perplexing Presence, and Senseless Barter. Enthrall and Blink seem like a Loki thing. Maybe, but this ain't a Loki. This is not a Loki paladin. You get Featherfall due to this character is going to be so annoying people are going to throw them off cliffs. Angel, I think that that's a joke you made, but I actually think it's probably the best reasoning. Okay, let's see what we get. You can use your Channel Divinity to completely befuddle a creature with your appearance and existence. Before you roll initiative, you can... what you say is, when initiative is rolled, you can expend a use of your Channel Divinity to force one creature of your choice to make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes their turn at the very end of the initiative order for the rest of combat. On a success, they take their turn on the top of the initiative order. Oh. That's an interesting one. I kind of like that. They either go first or last in the initiative. There is an element of that being kind of the same after the first round of combat, but it is a big effect for the first round of combat. I would probably... Yeah, all right. What's the DC? The DC should probably be against your spell save DC because you're a paladin. Yeah, it can even be used on players and allow them to go first. Yeah, I see that. Let's see what Senseless Barter does. You can use your Channel Divinity to take a chance on an untamed magic of the world. As a bonus action, you can use your Channel Divinity to roll on the wild magic table. Whatever result you get will take place immediately. All right, a Channel Divinity to roll on the wild magic table. It's all right. It's not super original, but it's fine. I don't know why it's called Senseless Barter. I also don't know why it's a bonus action. I guess it's a bonus action so you can still like make attacks and stuff. These both feel a little bit too combat-y, honestly. I think if I were you, this is the one I would probably get rid of or change to be something else. Or make this an action. Aura of Opposites. At 7th level, you constantly emanate an aura that... I'm also going to be honest. I have no idea what magic wild table you're using, but a Channel Divinity to roll on the wild magic table is not a good feature, I don't think. I think that it's rolling on the wild magic table is not as strong as Channel Divinity should be, and I don't know what the solution is here, but I do think that you might want to consider not using the wild magic table or having this interact with the wild magic table in a different way. Starting at 7th level, you constantly emanate an aura that seems to ignore the realities of the world around you. The aura extends 10 feet around you in every direction, not through total cover. When a creature enters your aura, their proficiencies and saving throws are inverted. No. This is just confusing as fuck. I would be so frustrated with this as a dungeon master. I big disagree. This is... Oh, it's not even confusing. It doesn't switch them. They just become negatives. Oh, it's just shockingly overpowered is what it is. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. This would only really be balanced if creatures consistently at all levels had an equal amount of positive and negative stats, but they don't. Some of them do, but most of them don't. And this is the kind of thing where it's like, this is just way too powerful against some high-level creatures. Just infinitely too powerful. You just need... It's not bad. It's just shockingly OP. Yeah, you just need a new feature here. Just completely new feature. Oh, you have a revised one. Why did you keep the old one in? I feel stupid for reading the revised one. When a creature in your aura enters your proficiency, there's have that of a positive. It's just the same thing. I don't notice the difference. I don't notice enough of a difference to feel like I feel like it differently about it. It's still overpowered. The original one is funny. If you say so. I guess it's funny. Either way, just rewrite this, I think. Come up with something different. We can talk about ideas for that. I'll tell you what you could do. You could get rid of this channel divinity or tie it to something else, and the aura could be an aura of chaos. And it could be whenever a creature, including you, casts a spell within 10 feet of you, roll, I don't know, a d20, and on a 1 or a 20, you do a wild magic surge. So there's always like a 1 in 10 chance of a wild magic surge happening when you or somebody around you does magic. Something like that. That I think would probably fit the vibe better, and it would certainly be not stupidly overpowered. Let's see what we get at 15th level. Starting at 15th level, when you cast Divine Smite or cast a spell from your Oath of Lunacy spell list, roll on the wild magic table. I think this works fine. Actually, I think it's totally fine. I do think that if you change this to a wild magic aura, you should not have this be the 15th level feature. But I think that if you keep it as this aura or something that is not a wild magic aura at 7th level, I think that this works really well. Yeah. I like it. Okay. Constrained form. At 20th level, you completely unshackled yourself from the rules of reality and create your own. As an action, you can magically become an avatar of Pandemonium, gaining the following benefits for 1 minute. At the end of your turn, you can choose to vanish from your current plane of existence and appear in the ethereal plane. And then we just get a bunch of ethereal plane rules. Anything different? Just ethereal plane. Okay. Any attack rolls you normally miss, crit instead. No, you can't just do that. Stop that. Just do something else. Opposites, the way that you want opposites to work is not how they work in D&D. And it's not going to be balanced. Just get rid of that feature. Come up with something else for it. All of your spells do not require any material, somatic, or verbal components to cast, and they do not require actions to cast. What does that fucking mean? In this form, there are no longer any restrictions on how many spells you can cast per turn. No, come on, man. This is so OP and stupid. You know that, right? It just doesn't work. Yeah, so I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be very upfront here. You need to completely rewrite this feature. This doesn't feel anything like Chaos or Pandemonium. This is way overpowered. And this is way overpowered times 2. It's not kind of balanced. It's not kind of balanced at all. Yeah, but wizards get wish means nothing. That's not balance. That's just you whining. Don't fucking whine. I'm telling you, it's OP. You can cast any number of spells in a turn. That means that okay, just to clarify what that means. Let's talk about this for a second. Let's actually look at what this means to prove how fucking stupid your idea is. And I'm not being mean, but I'm being mean because you were whining, and I fucking hate when people get whiny. Okay. See these numbers here? So, if you use this feature, You can cast 7, 10, 13. You can cast 15 spells in one turn. I don't care what fucking 9th level spell you're casting. Casting 15 spells in a turn is overpowered. Don't be dumb. Don't blame a spell for making something overpowered. Just don't make it overpowered. You know? It would be hilarious in a way that would not actually be fun at the table. It would be incredibly annoying. It would be annoying for the dungeon master. It would be annoying for every other player. The idea that you're presenting is the kind of thing where, like, when a kid is new to D&D and they haven't gotten to the... It reminds me of in one of my first D&D games that I ran, I had this one player that would get really upset when other players would, like, do cool stuff because they would, like, get in the way of his cool stuff. He would be like, I cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and then somebody would start stabbing the creature, and then they'd be like, oh man, I was gonna do something really cool next turn. It's like, you're playing with other people. Do you think anyone who wants to sit through you rolling 15 attacks, rolling damage 15 times, and fucking making, 15 rolls them up? No. I'm done yelling at you. I like parts of this idea a lot, but none of this stuff works. This is completely garbage. So, you got a lot of reworking to do there. I think I think the strongest feature is the 15th level one that you have so far. I like the idea of Chaos Paladin a lot. I think Senseless Barter needs to be stronger. Figure out how to buff Senseless Barter. Figure out how to make this feel more chaosy. Keep this as it is. Rewrite this. Make it not stupid. Don't make it so powerful that I want to punch you through the screen. Or if you're going to make it so powerful that I want to punch you through the screen, don't start making excuses for it being so powerful. Just be like, oh, dang. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your piece. What if it was limited to 3rd level spells? No. It's no. It's not. It doesn't matter what it's limited to. It's just too much. Anytime something says you now can do this ability an infinite number of times and it doesn't sit in the action economy, that doesn't work. That's not gonna fly. They give free leveled spells, but they don't. They sit in the action economy. You know. They still require actions. They're not just infinite. They're infinite in resource. They're not infinite in action resource. Peter, I'm hoping that you're joking, and I don't have to respond to that question you just asked. I'm really hoping that that's you making a joke. Okay, good. I was about to punch myself in the face. I looked at this piece already. I remember that I did. I actually remember when I look at your guys' pieces, so. Arya the Great Worm, that's a cool name. Barbarian subclass after having a dream. Okay. If it's really hard to read, I'm probably not going to want to read the whole thing, but I'll definitely take a look. You're using the exact same font as that other person. Why are you guys using this font? What font is this? I'm not going to... I can't. This is too much. I can't. This is going to be too much. This is too many features. What is going on here? I want to point something out to you. This is a 3rd level feature. Okay? This is how much space it takes up. Okay? Everybody at home that's watching, look at this. This is how much space it takes up. Doesn't matter what words it does. Let's look at a couple other barbarians. What other barbarians get a lot of options? Totem Barbarian. So, keeping in mind that the Totem Barbarian has expanded now, so it has a bunch of features, but even the Totem Barbarian, it's a lot less words than that. Or you could look at the Storm Herald. It's a lot less words than that. Is this AI written? Does it feel like it's AI written? I haven't actually read it. What makes you say it feels AI written? Let's just read the first paragraph. You form a profound connection with the archaic spirit that becomes your steadfast ally when your rage is ignited. Choose one of the following spirits, and you pick one of these things. When you enter a state of rage, your chosen spirit materializes, bestowing upon you unique abilities. Additionally, each spirit provides you a massive ability that remains active at all times. All right, let's look at the Hive Sovereign. We're not going to read all of them. When you channel the spirit of the queen, blah, 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 in your rage, she materializes as a commanding figure, a regal humanoid symbolizing. This summon grants you the following benefits. While raging, your movement speed increases by 10 feet. You gain an extra attack reflecting the rapid coordination of the hive. Additionally, even when not raging, you get bonus to initiative rolls. Okay. We don't need to read any further. I want to ask you an honest question. Whether you're the creator or whether you're chat. Do you think that a barbarian getting a power where when they rage, they get 10 feet movement bonus and an extra attack? What does that evoke? Let's set aside the fact that it's incredibly overpowered. What does that evoke? We're not gonna. We know it's too much. We know it's overpowered. Somebody says monk. Somebody said nothing. Somebody said monk. Somebody said sprinter. Move fast, hit fast, react fast. Burst of rage, angry but fast. Just speed, evokes double barbarian. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean if a piece of homebrew, when the mechanic that it evokes is kind of just barbarian plus or monk? I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. It's just too much. It's too strong. It's not even that it's too much. It's not a lot. It's two things. It's movement speed and extra attack. It's not a lot of things at all. But the problem is both of those things are very basic, and they're not very evocative mechanically. They're just basic and incredibly good. So, I'm going to suggest two things. One, why does this need to be 1, 2, 3? Why does this need to be a bunch of options? It looks like you get different options, things at every level, depending on the thing that you picked, except for the 10th level. So my question for you is, should this be one subclass? And if it should be one subclass, what is the defining thing that ties them all together? And how can you make those things evocative without being overpowered? To give you let me just point out why I think this is overpowered. Here's the Berserker Barbarian. Here's the only thing they get at 3rd level. When you rage, you can go into a Frenzied Rage. This makes you get an extra single melee attack as a bonus action. And when you do this, you get a level of exhaustion at the end of your rage. So this gives you everything that you get at 3rd level from a Berserker Barbarian, but it doesn't cost a bonus action. You just get it. And it doesn't give you a level of exhaustion at the end. And you get extra movement speed bonus. And you get an aura that everyone around you, including you, gets a bonus to initiative. This is too much. This is too much. Let's look at one of the 6. We'll look at the Hive 6th level feature. Also, this flavor text is just way too much. You can summon your chosen spirit outside of rage, but their independent attacks and aura abilities remain dormant until you rage. They get independent attacks? Do they have like stat blocks or something? I was assuming that was just flavor text that you summon a little guy. If you're going to summon a little guy, you need to actually give us the stats of the little guy. Additionally, while in a state of rage, you gain the ability to transform your chosen spirit into a formidable spiritual weapon. Okay, so... does that mean, like, spell spiritual weapon? You get a rapier that deal extra damage and has a chance to paralyze? Oh my god. Serenity now. I love barbarians, and I love the idea of a barbarian that is a spirit barbarian that summons things, but my god in heaven, you need to spend a little bit of time and familiarize yourself with barbarians, because this is just really overpowered. This is just really overpowered. Why is the DC Con 8? It should be based off of something. It should be like your proficiency bonus plus 8 plus some number. It is all over the place. I think we're gonna end the review of this piece here, and I'm gonna say that I think that you probably need to spend a little bit more time focusing it and not trying to incorporate everything from your dream versions into it, and like go pick a lane and then make sure that it's sort of in line with the other things that barbarians are getting at those levels, and not completely overpowering anything that a barbarian is getting at one of those levels. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, paralysis is pretty much the most powerful condition in the game. Everything becomes a crit. Exactly. And if you want it to be a summoning class where you're literally summoning a little spirit that's like hanging out with you and it can do stuff and interact with the world, it needs to either have a stat block or it needs to have a mechanical explanation for how it works in game, sort of like the Echo Knight's Echo. Does that make sense? I hope so. Somebody sent me a friend request. Is it one of you fuckers? I'm not going to accept it. I don't accept friend requests from people that I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I love the idea of making a homebrew piece built around a dream. This feels like it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too powerful, and I'm not sure what the vibe is. So I would strongly encourage you to rebuild with a little bit more focus on what the specific vibe of this you want to be, and balancing it down a little bit. All right, thank you, Arya the Grey Worm. Yeah, Arthur, you're right. Unconscious is unconscious is more powerful, but people don't really think about it like a condition, because there's not really like spells that are like you become unconscious for 1 minute. I guess there's like sleep maybe, but there's not a lot of them. What are you gonna do if no one does? I love sleep too. I'm gonna have to get some in a little bit. A bee barbarian? I like that idea. Rust monster. Did I see your piece already? That name is familiar. First serious homebrew. Thank you to Red Devil for the help fine tuning it. Oh, I might have looked at this already. I feel like I looked at this already. Did I look at this already or not? Chat? Combat medic. I'm not sure. We're going to dive in just in case I haven't. It might be a resubmit maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell. All right, we're gonna look at it. In the army, there are only so many healers to go around. If your soldiers can't fight, they can't win. Combat medics are able to serve both in the front and back lines. Take foes and have blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's get that. I just saw my homebrew reviewed. I had to watch it not live because it happened right when you started work. Thanks for the comment, Cinder. Very helpful. Thank you, Cheese. Thank you for sharing your piece. I hope that my feedback was helpful, and I hope that you write more. For the purposes of this subclass, an ally is defined as a non-hostile PC or DMPC or an NPC who's... Oh, don't do that. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I'm not even gonna read the rest of that. We're gonna skip that, and we're gonna see if we can understand the piece without this, because you don't want to have to put this in an explanation of your homebrew. If you have to put this as an explanation in your homebrew, that means you're doing something wrong. So we're gonna skip it. We're gonna see if we can figure it out without knowing what it does. Also, even though you listed them here, you still need to list them here. So like at third level, like you should write at third level, you get these things. At third level, you get these. Like this is a very confusing way to read it, because here, let me show you why it's confusing. What level do I get this feature at? You know what I mean? Like, it's just confusing. The formatting here, I almost want to not do it because of the formatting, because I feel like I feel like I need to teach you a lesson, but I'll read a little bit of it. When you choose this class at third level, you get, like, you see how you say the third level thing here? Say that in every fucking thing. Or organize it the way that D&D Beyond does it, where they do, like, see how they say it? Like, oh, third level feature, 6th level feature, 10th level feature. Do that. All right, so this is a fighter. All right, let's take a look. When you choose the subclass at third level, you gain proficiency with medicine skill and herbalism kit. If you don't already have it, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check that uses either of those proficiencies, either of those skills. I think that's fine. I like that. Healer, you gain the healer feat if you don't already have it. No, don't do this. This is not a good way to build it. Don't just give you a feat. That's silly. Give you something unique that's special that only you can get because it's a subclass. Don't just give you a thing that anybody could get by just taking a feat. You have learned to make medical decisions quickly under pressure. Any use of medicine, healer's kit, or herbalism kit that now requires an action can be done as a bonus action. You can administer potions as a bonus action. All right, I think all that's pretty fine. I feel like you got to completely get rid of this and give us something else. Field improvisation is 7th level. That's this. It doesn't feel like enough at 3rd level. Also, I feel like we need some sort of more combat feeling piece. Do a table of features and then split it out by level and description. Yeah, that's the way to do it. The healer feat gives you medicine skill, so you're 100% chance of getting expertise in it. Then just yeah, okay. So I mean, it's just it just doesn't make sense. Like I almost feel like you just didn't do your work. You didn't. I feel like the person who read this did not make that connection, because why would they do that then? You know what I mean? I don't know. On using oh, I hit a fly. Using on-hand materials or an herbalism kit, you can spend 10 minutes and create a healer's kit, a vial of anti-venom, or a pot of greater healing. As you level up, this feature improves. 10th level, you can make a superior healing. 15th level, you can create 2 items listed in this feature in any combination. 18th level, supreme healing. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of this. I don't know how I feel about being able to build healer's kits, anti-venom. Anti-venom is fine. Antitoxin, I don't like the making greater healing potion. Not a fan of it. Not a fan of this feature growing over time either. I don't think it fits. I don't think it makes sense. I feel like this would make more sense as a 3rd level feature than as a 7th level feature. And I don't think it should improve like this. Crafting a health potion is usually a full day's activity. Yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much. I mean, I think being able to spend I think twice a day being able to spend 10 minutes or an hour to craft a health potion is fine. Like, what if it was like over the course of a short rest, you can create a health potion, or you can create a bandage, but just mechanically it functions like a health potion, basically. I feel like you could do that. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. Now I have to scroll up to the fucking top again. This is 10th level. Whenever an ally or friendly NPC you can see is subjected to the incapacitate or restraint condition, you can use your reaction to move up to half your speed towards that creature. This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Furthermore, as long as you're within 5 feet of an incapacitated or restrained, put a fucking paragraph here. Jesus Christ, your formatting is killing me. It's killing me. It makes the thing is, I want to stop reading this because of how it's formatted. That's what happens. This is why I want you guys to format stuff, because I want to read it. I want to read it. Furthermore, as long as you are within 5 feet of an incapacitated or restrained ally or friendly NPC, you can see melee attacks against them by attackers you could see do not gain advantage as normal. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... You need to rewrite this. You need to rewrite this. You need to rewrite this. This feature has no effect if you're incapacitated or restrained. Note that the paralyzed, petrified, stunned conditions also noticing possibility. And I'm not going to note shit. Don't tell me what to do. What I would say here is I would probably say something along the lines of... whenever you are within 5 feet of an incapacitated or restrained creature, and another creature makes a melee attack against that creature, you can, I would say maybe you can use your reaction to remove the disadvantage of that attack, or the attack will not have disadvantage as normal, and you can just end it like that. The reaction movement is good. I like the reaction movement a lot. It's this part that make me want to blow my brains out. Not really. Calm down. It's just a lot of words to get across a very simple idea, and you don't need that many words. And the formatting is really, really getting to me. It's making my brain turn off. Let's scroll to about top to see what level we get this feature at. 15th. Okay. Your experience in treating wounds has given you insight into causing them. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a melee attack that deals slashing, piercing damage, you can wound it. It's going to be a bleed effect. $10. $10 says it's a bleed effect. At the start of each of the wounds creature's turn, it takes 1d4 necrotic damage for each time you wounded it. Told you. You owe me $10, guys. It can make a Constitution saving throw. Ending the effect on all such wounds. Alternatively, a wounded creature or a creature within 5 feet of it can use action to make a Wisdom saving throw. Here's the thing about bleed effects. I think bleed effects work really well in video games. I think they are tedious in D&D. I am not a fan of them in D&D. It's annoying to have to keep track of stacks of stuff on multiple creatures. It just is tedious. I get why you put it here. It's very thematic for like a medical character. It's why I guessed what it was, because as soon as I saw it, that's what I assumed it was going to be. I don't think it's strong enough for a 15th level feature. I feel like also, usually fighters 10th or 15th level is something that really feels like it kind of ties into the core loop. Neither of these really do. All right, thank you, Kim. Does that work? Can I just tell you guys to give me money and it works? That's crazy. That's madness. You're crazy, Kim. Thank you. Let's look at the last level feature, and then we'll talk about it overall. Finest Hour. Whenever an ally you can see is reduced to 0 hit points or dies, you gain... Jesus Christ, Dylan! Calm down. Calm down. What are you guys doing? All right, now I gotta make sure Kim's on the credits here. I think you're here. Let me grab you. I gotta write Dylan in too. Gotta put y'all in the credits, because you're funding the show. Kim Noel. Well, that was very kind of you guys. I appreciate silliness turning into money. That's crazy. Should I be doing that more? Should I just demand money? I sort of feel like... Oh, I know you're already in there, Dylan, but I still had to check. I wasn't sure if it was... I wasn't sure if you were in it from... I wasn't sure if you were in it post-refresh. I do refresh it every now and then. That's crazy. All right, that seems like a cheat code. Give me money? That just works? I gotta ask for money more. Jesus Christ. Okay. Whenever an ally you can see is reduced to 0 hit points or dies, you gain an additional use of Action Surge, and your attacks have advantage until the end of your next turn. This feature can only trigger once per ally per short or long rest. This is another thing where it's like, that's a lot of annoying little bits to keep track of. You lose any uses of action surge gained from this feature when you finish a short or long rest. I'm okay with getting an extra use of action surge. I probably would make it like have to be immediate. Philly cheesesteak. Philly cheesesteak with the 10. Thank you, Philly cheesesteak. Philly cheesesteak. You know I'm a Philadelphia guy, right? You know I'm Philly. That's where I'm from. Did you know that? You probably didn't know that, but I'm Philadelphia born and bred. Very, very kind of you. Maybe go with something like a surgical attack that does save or suck to make a target not be able to attack for a round. Well, what I was gonna say was that it could be a thing where like when an ally that you can see is reduced to 0 hit points or dies, you gain an extra use of your action surge that you have to use immediately on your next turn. So it's like they don't stack. You just get a burst action surge. And then I would probably make that a once a day feature in general. Maybe a once per short rest feature. Maybe. But that's how I would do that. So overall, now that we've carved through this weird formatting, let's talk about what this thing actually does. I think a lot of what it does works nicely. I like the medicine, herbalism, double proficiency. I like the bonus action using stuff. I kind of like the field triage, field improvisation. I just think that it shouldn't grow, and it shouldn't be like stupidly powerful healing. That doesn't make sense to me. Like you got to tone that stuff down. This feature, you got to simplify how it's worded. I'm sorry that I yelled about it earlier. I was just like, it was worded crazy. I actually don't think... I probably would just drop the second half if this is just an all-the-time thing. And I'm going to be honest. Applied Anatomy, I don't think it fits. I think if you want to do some sort of extra damage thing, it is definitely the tooth. It's not the tooth. My tooth is fine. It's the I had surgery where I had part of my gums on one side of my mouth cut out and then grafted to another part. So it's like it's like wounds in my face. My teeth are all good. But like I feel like if you're gonna do something like this, you got to do it way earlier. You got to figure out how to tie this in way earlier. You got to completely. And I would probably try not to do a bleed mechanic if possible, or try to do one that didn't need to stack or was just like very simple, similar to wisdom tooth surgery. It kind of was similar to wisdom tooth surgery. Well, that was surgery I had like a long time ago. This was like a gum graft is what it was called. I have been subjected to a wounding effect. That's true. That's true. Yeah, fighters got to be fighting, be like level 3. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this, maybe figure out how to put something like this in level 3, come out with something new for 15th level here. I'm not sure what it should be. But overall, listen, I was yelling at you a lot for formatting, but I think that a lot of the core mechanics here work well. I think you just have a couple pieces of the puzzle that feel either rushed or not totally thought through or a little bit jank/overpowered. But if you address those things, I actually think this is a pretty solid piece, as much as I was giving it shit earlier. So yeah, I hope you keep working on it, Rust Monster. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Rust Monster a little round of applause. And keep working on it. Tighten up your formatting, please. It will help you so much. It will end up helping you more than you know. Unrelated question. Oh, I'm so ready for an unrelated question. I need a little bit of a tangent moment. How do you feel about a 6-level bard feature that stacks on counter charm? The feature is notoriously underwhelming. I have to remember what counter charm does before I can say anything about that. Let's see. During as an action performance lasts during that time you can analyze it. He basically takes your whole action, and you can give people advantage against being charmed or frightened. I guess you could do something like that. I just think Counter Charm is kind of boring. So what I would say is, if you were going to give a 6th level feature that stacked with Counter Charm, the goal would be to make Counter Charm not boring. But yeah, I don't feel strongly about that. I kind of, more than anything else, what I feel is like the same thing I always feel with bards, which is like you get very few subclass levels with a bard. So the question that you should ask yourself is it more, is the feature that I'm putting, if I tie this feature to Counter Charm, will that be more or less successful at evoking what I want this subclass to be than if I just made a totally separate feature? And would that totally separate feature be more evoking what I want this subclass to be? And you can answer that question for yourself, but that's sort of where my head is at. My idea is for my planar bard, where you start this performance, you cause another plane to overlap with your own out of short range. Out to a short range. I think that's an interesting idea. I don't know if that necessarily needs to be tied to Counter Charm. That feels really different than Counter Charm. Almost feels like the opposite of Counter Charm. So I might just make it something different. The only reason why I wouldn't make it something different would be if you felt like it would be very logical for an aspect of it for it to be that you and friendly creatures within it couldn't be charmed or frightened, or had advantage on saving those against being charmed or frightened. If you feel like that really fits the vibe, then I probably would, then it could work. But if you feel like that doesn't make sense for what you want to do and just mechanically makes sense, you could do that. But I don't know. I would encourage you to make it its own thing if you can, unless it's like, oh, this totally makes sense for it to like be what Counter Charm also does. I wouldn't make a feature with the goal of like making Counter Charm useful. I would make a feature with the goal of the feature being cool and good. If a part of that ends up being it's tied to Counter Charm, great. But I don't think that's where I would start it. But you can do both at the same time. My question to you is why? And I don't, I'm like I wouldn't, and if the answer isn't, if the answer is just because it makes it better, I don't think that's the move. That's sort of where my head's at. Hey, it's Rofflitz. By the way, guys, if you want to be on the homebrew wheel for next week, the submission stuff is in the link description. Also, so is my Patreon. And becoming a member. Okay. Let's do this. And if you become a member, if you get gifted a membership, you can submit things to the member wheel. But if you buy your own membership, you don't get commercials anymore. You also get all my fun little emotes. Like this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, done. I'm done. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. Okay. I want to give this to a player. This is because I like giving my players powerful homebrew magic items. I think powerful homebrew magic items is a great place to be powerful. The best way to make powerful homebrew magic items work is you just give them to them at appropriate power level for the party when they're at it. The player can also choose if they want to use this special action just in case there is any confusion. Don't even know what that's in reference to. Oh, F's in the chat for Rufflitz. They either did not read the instructions in the submission form or they misunderstood them because the video is not available because it is not saved. It is not. I have to request access. Access denied. Denied for me. Yeah, it's very sad. Sad day. Oh my god, you guys are giving so many Fs. You're being so supportive. Press F to support. Jamerson HQ. Jamerson. I'm kind of new to homebrew. Great. But I want to put this. I write wanna like this all the time. I write like that all the time. But I want to put this in a... Oh, Skim Milk became pretty cool. Welcome, Skim Milk. You're pretty cool, eh? All right, I accept. I accept being pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. Oh shit, did I fuck something up? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, oh my god. I thought I fucked something up. I almost I almost just ended stream. Skim Milk, are you 1M or 2? 2Ms. All right, Skim Milk, congratulations. You are now in the credits of the video. I hope you enjoy. Oh, maybe we'll do this. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that tonight. You guys will like that. I think you'll like it. We'll see. Okay, let's see what Jamerson said. You're new to homebrewing. You're new to homebrewing. But I kind of want to put. Oh, Philly cheesesteak! Thank you for becoming a member. So kind of you. Is it because of the Philly connection, or is it because of the cheesesteak connection? Welcome to the party, man. To the enclave. The main benefits you get from being a member are you get not commercials, you get access to the member wheel and to my member community tab, which is where I'll like post things that I sometimes make on stream. So like for example, the other night on stream, we homebrewed a bard, and when I'm done editing it, I'm going to post it to the member channel. So you'll be able to get it there. Or you could just go back and watch the stream and screen cap it if you don't want to do that. If you want to just, so you don't have to pay for it. You don't want to do that. Okay. Jamerson said they're kind of new to homebrewing, but I want to put this piece in here. It's supposed to be a CR40 endgame monster. Oh my god, why are you making a CR40 monster if you're new to homebrewing? Making a CR40, first of all, CR40 doesn't exist in D&D 5e. The highest CR is CR30. Second of all, that's like saying I'm new to, that's like saying I'm still using training wheels on a bike, but I really want to start racing cars. Okay. I'm probably not going to read all of it. That's going to be my guess. For me, it sounded cool. Okay, what did you want to do? That the party will not fight it by themselves. For me, it sounds kind of cool. For a sea-themed campaign, Kraken. You look at other CR4... You didn't look at any real CR40 monsters. You looked at probably some homebrew nonsense, because there are no CR40 monsters. Okay, I'm gonna give you some really good feedback, and I'm not gonna read your piece. I'm just gonna give you some feedback. The most important things when you are making a piece of homebrew, is three things. There's three things when you're making a piece of homebrew. This is applicable if you're making a little monster or a giant monster. And it's a lot easier to keep track of if you're making a little monster, because there's not that many things you need to do. But if you're making a giant monster, it's harder. And these are the three things. Is it balanced for the game? Is it balanced for its goal? So, like, is it balanced for the public if it's for public? Is it balanced for the home game if it's home game? Whatever. Balance. That's number one. None of these are all equally important, I should say. Number two is, does it have a strong vibe? Does it have a strong feeling? So, like, if I were to read all of these abilities, do they all drive this thing in a singular direction that makes me feel like it really feels like a distinct thing, and I'm getting a strong vibe from it, that I'm like, oh, this feels like this monster. Like, oh, all of these abilities help, because the thing about monsters in D&D is monsters are encounters. So whenever you're giving a monster abilities, you are changing the feeling of that encounter. And you need to think about every ability as like a piece of decor of the encounter, a piece of the room that they're going into. So when they go into that room, if all of the abilities sort of have a unified feeling, they, as players, are going to be like sitting in a very specific vibe. If it's just chaos and different things all over the place, they're not going to feel anything specific about it, other than like, ugh, or whatever. That's number two. And number three is a thing that people do not think about a lot. And I have started to try to focus on it more when I'm giving homebrew, because I realize people don't think about it a lot. But it is actually maybe more important than the other two. And that is, how easy is the thing you're making how easy is it to use at the table? And I am just going to tell you right now, a stat block that has this many features is going to be a pain in the ass to use. It is going to be incredibly frustrating. It might not be frustrating. That's the wrong word. It's going to be overwhelming. And I guarantee you, you as the creator of this, I guarantee you, if you were going to use this stat block, you would forget to use certain features. You would just forget to. You would forget that they were there. Or there's just too many things to keep track of. Yeah, you don't want to have to. Amigo says you don't want a monster. You don't want, says you don't want to have a monster that you need a degree to run. I kind of feel that way about it, where it's like there's just too many things going on. So if your goal is to make a monster stat block that feels like a larger encounter, or it's like a thing that the characters are climbing on, then maybe don't make it one stat block. Break it up. Make it so it's like it's just parts of the level. You know, like sort of like when in God of War when he's climbing the Titan to fight it. Because this is just going to be fucking tedious. I am going to point out two tiny things also. I'm going to point out a couple tiny things. It is really slow. 60 feet walk speed. 60 foot. What is the 60 foot? 60 foot something, and then a walk speed 10. But either way, whether it's 60 feet or 10 feet, that is incredibly slow. Other thing that I'm going to point out, it has strength saving throws and con saving throws, but that's it. Meaning that this CR 30 monster, you can banish it really fucking easily. I cast banishment on this thing, it's gone. It has a +1 modifier. I'm definitely not fighting this thing till I'm at least level 17. So I'm going to have like if I have magic items, my saving throw is going to be like 20 or 22. It's going to be fucking high. So yeah, or dominate monster. Like there's a lot of things that are just going to end this encounter. So earlier at the beginning of this, can you get a link to it? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Earlier at the beginning of this, when I said trying to start homebrewing trying to start homebrewing a CR40 monster is like trying to learn to ride a bicycle by riding a motorcycle or a race car, you are missing some really important fundamental things that will bite you in the tuchus. Because this monster is the easiest fucking monster to beat ever. I could beat this monster in one round very easily with two characters. One if the dice are in my favor. It doesn't even matter if it has magic resistance. Same with those +1. You know? You get a wizard with portent, and you get someone that can cast banish. Done. And that's something that you got to figure out. You got to learn the core fundamental stuff. You got to be thinking about the fact that, like, oh, low CR monsters don't have saving throws or have, like, a couple. Mid CR monsters usually have a couple. High CR monsters have a lot of saving throws. Also, really high CR monsters have legendary resistances. This one doesn't. And that is part of why they have legendary resistance. So you can't just beat them with a spell. So while I love the idea of a Typhoon Battle Shark, there's no way I'm going to read this whole stat block, and I think that there are. Isn't that a bummer? Like, that's why I want you to start smaller. Imagine you spent all this time building this awesome monster, and then first round of combat, cleric casts banish on it, wizard portents their saving throw to a 2. Done. Fight over. Hope you enjoyed writing that. You know what I mean? So, whenever you're doing any sort of like big monster homebrew, you gotta make sure you're accounting for a lot of things. And it's hard to do, which is why I suggest starting smaller. Familiarizing yourself with the mechanics of brewing before you dive too deep into the pool of the hectic. Dive deep into the pool, but start smaller. And you don't need to make a CR1 monster. Make a CR10 monster. CR10 monsters are awesome. Some of my favorite monsters are CR10 monsters. What's your drink? Oh, this, my friend, is tea. This is tea. And this, my friend, is water. Now that I stream a lot, I'm trying to make sure that the things I'm drinking while I stream are healthier. So that I'm not drinking a shit ton of soda. Or too much coffee. Because I was realizing I was drinking a lot of soda and or coffee. It was making me a little crazy. CR calculators suck. There aren't any good ones. The best CR calculator is looking at a bunch of CR10 monsters and trying to make your thing somewhere in the middle. Sucks, but that's the truth. The DMG has some. There's some online. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's a thing you gotta do by feeling. It's a feeling thing. It's vague. It's vague, and you can't expect it to not be vague. So you might as well just let it be vague and use your gut and use informed decision making based on the information in front of you to just go with your, make a call. You can kind of tell when something is way off in CR. Like if something should be like CR10 and it's like CR2 or vice versa. But other than that, it's kind of hard to like, it sucks. It's not a good system. It's a system that my people would say is Zelotov. They would say it's Zelotov. Okay, let me just do one thing here. I need to do something. 1 second. I need to do that. All right. I think I'm done. I don't think I need to do anything else. Okay. Sorry about that. Hello, kind new DM player here. Welcome. Would anyone know where I could send questions, ask for balancing ideas, or help for your upcoming game? You can ask questions right now in the chat. I have a Discord server that you can ask all of those questions in. Also. But I'm also here in the flesh. I take on physical form for these streams just so I can communicate with you guys without your eardrums turning into weird stuff. I don't speak Hebrew well, but I speak it well enough to trick people into thinking I speak Hebrew if they don't speak Hebrew at all. I have a good Hebrew accent when I want to. Here, I'll give you my Hebrew accent. Here's my Hebrew accent. Are you Israeli? Have you been to Israel? If you've been to Israel or you're Israeli, you will appreciate this more. If you haven't, it's fine. But here's some Hebrew. Bruchim habayim, tachana haba'a leva mifratz. How about that? Bruchim habayim, selkom shalom. I heard that fucking train so much. I lived there for a little while. So I ended up getting really good at copying the train. And we went by Leva Mifratz so much. Leva Mifratz. I lived in Akko for a while. I lived in Haifa for a while, and I lived on Kibbutz Nativ Lamed Hey for a while. And if you don't know where that is, it's like I think it's like pretty squarely between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It's in like a sort of deserty, wildernessy area, but not like the south deserty wilderness yet. It's like sort of the middle desertous wilderness. You know what I'm talking about. It's not like Beersheba desert. It's like the northern desert. Israel's fucking weird because everything's a fucking desert there. But you know what I'm talking about. Beersheba's a fucking desert. It's like there's bushes and stuff. There were bushes near where I lived in Nativ Lamed Hey. Okay, rant over. That was a little bit of they got a little Cinder lore there. Every now and then it cracks out of me, seeps out. All right, friends. I think it's time. I think we're gonna wrap for the night. But we are not done forever. Oh no, because we are going to be doing a bunch of stuff. On Sunday, I am going to be playing, I'm going to be on a D&D game show on Sunday called D&D Deathmatch, where I am going to be playing a character that I made up, and I'm going to be doing a PvP battle with another person. And it's going to be very fun, and I'm going to put links for it and stuff in the Discord. And I'm either going to do Homebrew review before it that day or after it, or maybe not. I don't know. But I'll put the schedule up for next week at some point over the weekend. Tomorrow night is member Homebrew review. So if you are a member on YouTube, if you are a patron, you can go to the Patreon, or you can go to my Discord, and you can post stuff there. And tomorrow we'll look at it. But other than that, in the meantime, listen, you guys are absolutely wonderful. I love you to death and back again. And I want you to have a wonderful night. And I shall. I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. See you later. Bye. I love you.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other.